The hour of 6:30 having arrived, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, October 8th, 2024, and ask the clerk to please read the roll.
Thank you. Alder Miadze. Miadze is present. Alder Rummel is excused. Alder Tischler.
Yep, I'm here.
Tischler is present. Alder Revere.
Here.
Revere is present. Alder Vitever.
Here.
Alder Vitever is present. Alder Ohelia. Joining remotely.
Here.
Oh, thank you. Alder Ohelia is present. Alder Bennett is excused. Alder Conklin. Present. Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry. Here. Alder Curry is present. Alder Duncan.
Here.
Alder Duncan is present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is present. Alder Field.
Here.
Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Govindarajan. Here. Alder Govindarajan is present. Alder Uguer.
Present.
Alder Uguer is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Present. Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Knox.
Here.
Alder Knox is present. Alder Latimer Burris. He has connectivity issues. Alder Madison. Here. Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Present.
Alder Martinez Rutherford is present. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. I'll start, as I always do, by reminding us that we're here to do the business of the residents of Madison and ask that we do so with grace and kindness. And that in particular, we refrain from any profanity in our remarks, whether that is staff, members of the body, or folks who are speaking tonight. We do have at least one person joining internationally and potential quorum issues, so just please look around and count noses before you leave the room or go off screen. And then just to note, we do have multiple honoring resolutions this evening, 3 of which we will be reading, and so we'll start there. Item 1 is Legistar 85449, proclaiming October 15th, 2024 as White Cane Safety Day in the city of Madison, and it's my pleasure to read this. Whereas on October 6, 1964, the United States Congress designated October 15th of each year as White Cane Safety Day, and whereas blindness and severe visual impairment affect approximately 109,000 Wisconsin residents, and whereas the majority of these people use travel aids, such as a white cane or a service animal, to get around public streets and sidewalks and places of public accommodation. And whereas these travel aids are universally recognized as symbols representing vision loss, and whereas Wisconsin's white cane law requires that motorists come to a full stop before approaching closer than 10 feet to a pedestrian who is using a white cane or a service animal. And whereas greater awareness of the white cane law leads to safer, more attentive driving in general, enhancing the safety of all pedestrians, including children, elders, and people with disabilities. And whereas communities have the opportunity to implement many proven features to enhance the safety of all pedestrians, including sidewalks, accessible pedestrian signals, and curb ramps. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and Common Council do hereby proclaim October 15th, 2024 as White Cane Safety Day in the city of Madison and acknowledge the importance of pedestrian safety year-round. And if I can get a motion and a second, please.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. We have Denise Jess here to accept the proclamation. Denise, if you'd come forward, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, everyone. It is great to be in front of you again this year. I just want to commend the City of Madison for being one of the first municipalities in the state to declare White Cane Safety Day in the City of Madison. You're now joined by approximately 35 other communities around the state, as well as the governor's proclamation. So, but hats off to you because you were among the first. I'm Denise Jess, the Executive Director with the Wisconsin Council of the Blind and Visually Impaired, and others also know me from the City of Madison Transportation Commission, in which I'm really honored to serve. White Cane Safety Day is a day to call out the importance of safe passage on our streets for those of us who are blind and significantly visually impaired. And it sits within the now about 3-year-old pedestrian safety month, which is the entire month of October. And pedestrian safety for those of us who are blind and visually impaired is we're only one small population of people who are walking our community streets. We are joined by about 35% of the rest of the city of Madison and Dane County who are also non-drivers and who use our feet, or who roll, who use our public transportation system, who use ride share to get to where we need to go, to work, to doctor's appointments, to enjoy time in the city, to be with family and friends, because we do not drive cars. So safe passage for us on our streets is really imperative to our quality of life. I'm so proud of the infrastructure and engineering changes that the city has made over the last number of years for safer passage, safer crossings. We've had lots of heated and important conversations in Transportation Commission, and this body has done an amazing job with passages of Safe Green Streets and Vision Zero. So that's really commendable. And we've got a long way and a lot of work to do. One of the most important areas that sometimes we struggle with knowing how to address is our driver behavior. As someone who walks every single day, no matter the weather, I see drivers who are doing a phenomenal job of paying attention to the rules of the road and creating safe space for pedestrians, and I see drivers who are doing truly abhorrent things that put me and my fellow pedestrians in grave danger, running yellow lights, running red lights, failing to yield to pedestrians in the crosswalk, cutting in too fast, high speeds, and they're really truly frightening. Trying to cross Regent Street on Sunday to enjoy a meal with my wife, failure to yield by cars really zooming through the pedestrian crosswalk on Regent Street. And that's just a pretty much everyday occurrence. So my action item, or my ask of you, is for all of us to really lift up the need for drivers to pay attention, to be very attentive when they're operating their vehicles, to not speed through yellows, to yield to pedestrians who are in the crosswalk, to slow our speeds and make our streets safe for every single one of us. So children, older adults, people with disabilities, people who do not drive for any reason can get home safe at night with our families. You've got great tools, your communication that you do with your constituents. Every week, I read Marsha Rummel's, she's my alder. I read her communications every single week. The mayor's office has got powerful communications. Please use those to lift up the voices of the 35% of us who are pedestrians on an everyday basis. And remember that most of us are pedestrians at some point in the transportation connection. So let's make Madison safe for everyone who walks and rolls to get from place to place. And thank you again for your important work in this area. I'm truly grateful.
Denise, I'm on your left.
Thank you.
So this year we have two versions of the proclamation. The first is a printed proclamation, and Dylan is going to take a picture. He is approximately by the microphone.
Great.
And then we have another version that this year, for the first time, we're presenting the proclamation in Braille.
Yeah.
So I will hand.
Wonderful.
Oh, wait. The alder wants to get a picture.
Wonderful.
And so
Thank
she's
you.
a little bit to your right.
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
I'll hand you both
Awesome.
of those.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
All All right, thank you again to Denise for being here to receive. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 1? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote. Item 2 is Legistar 85489, recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And for this, I'll turn first to Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. So whereas according to the National Domestic Violence Hotline, domestic violence or intimate partner violence is a pattern of behaviors used by one partner to maintain power and control over another partner in an intimate relationship. And whereas domestic violence can look very different on a case-to-case basis and includes physical violence, coercion, threats, intimidation, stalking, emotional abuse, sexual abuse, or economic abuse to control another partner in a relationship. And whereas domestic violence can be a single act or a pattern of behavior in all kinds of relationships, including dating, marriage, family, and roommate relationships. And whereas domestic violence is a public health issue that contributes to chronic health problems and often limits the ability of survivors to manage other chronic illnesses. And whereas domestic violence is a leading cause of homelessness for women and children, and the need for safe and affordable housing is one of the most pressing concerns for survivors. And whereas National Intimate Partner Sexual Violence Survey data reports that on average, nearly 20 people per minute are physically abused by an intimate partner in the United States, which equates to more than 10 million people per year. And
whereas intimate partner violence accounts for 15% of all violent crime. And whereas the Administration on Children and Families reports that 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men experience domestic violence. And whereas 1 in 15 children are exposed to intimate partner violence each year, and 90% of these children are eyewitnesses to this violence. And whereas 1 in 2 female murder victims and 1 in 13 male murder victims are killed by an intimate partner. And whereas Black women are 3 times more likely than white women to die at the hands of their abuser. And whereas the number of women of color who are impacted by domestic violence is 30 to 50% higher than white women. And whereas in Wisconsin in 2022, there were 96 lives lost in domestic partner homicides, and since 2000, there have been at least 1,268 individuals killed in domestic violence homicides. And whereas in 2022, members of the Madison Police Department spent 13,312 hours on domestic disturbance calls. And whereas in 2023, 40% of homicides were related to domestic violence in the city of Madison. And
whereas a 2015 study found that 1 in 4 women at the University of Wisconsin-Madison experienced sexual assault since entering college. And whereas, according to the 2022 UWPD Annual Security and Fire Safety Report, rapes on campus have doubled from the previous year. And whereas, on a typical day, there are more than 20,000 phone calls placed to domestic violence hotlines nationwide. And whereas in 2022, Domestic Abuse Intervention Services, or DAYS, fielded 7,534 total calls and texts to their 24-hour help line and text line, with the average length of calls up nearly 20% from 2021. And whereas there are various barriers to reporting, including fear of retaliation from the abuser, concern about not being believed, the personal and emotional difficulty of sharing experiences of violence, and the desire to protect the abuser from legal consequences. And whereas Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and other people of color face unique challenges to reporting domestic violence, including a lack of service providers of similar backgrounds and language, as well as institutional racism within law enforcement and the criminal justice system. And
Whereas if you need help, there are several resources, both locally and nationally, that you can reach out to, including but not limited to DAYS at 608-251-4445. DAYS text line is 608-420-4638. Unidos, La Red, is 1-800-510-9195. National Domestic Violence Hotline is 1-800-799-7233. National Domestic Violence Hotline, text START 608-288-788. The Rape Crisis Center, 608-251-7273. And Domestic Abuse Wisconsin Get Help page at www.endabusewI.org. The African Center for Community Development, the Safe Care Outreach page at theafricancentermadison.org. Freedom Inc., our services page at freedom-inc.org. The Rainbow Project homepage at www.therainbowproject.net. Family Service Madison, our services page at fsmad.org. The Latino Children and Families Council homepage at lcfc.weebly.com. Armonia Women's Voices Program service page at harmonia-madison.com. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Madison Common Council and the Mayor recognize October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. But be it further resolved that throughout the month of October, the City of Madison Common Council encourages staff to work to incorporate a survivor-centered approach to citywide issues and proactively seek and implement programs, training, and services that stop domestic violence and abuse.
Thank you, Alders. We'll take that as moved by Alder Madison and seconded by Alder Vitiver. We do have here to receive the proclamation two folks. First is Mary Donahue, representing Domestic Abuse Intervention Services. Mary, feel free to come to either side.
Thank you, Mayor Rhodes Conway, and the members of the Common Council for this resolution recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This is a critical moment for our community to come together and acknowledge a truth we cannot ignore. Domestic violence isn't something that happens somewhere else, to someone else. It happens right here. It happens in our community to people that we know and to people that we love. We have the data. The statistics show us just how frequently this is happening. We see the arrests, we see the calls for help, and the tragic homicides directly tied to domestic violence. Just this past weekend, at an event that honored a DV homicide victim, Chief Barnes shared that the fourth homicide in Madison this year is also the third homicide directly tied to domestic violence. Let me put that fine a point on it. Year to date, 75% of the city's homicides were directly tied to domestic violence. But knowing the numbers enough won't change anything. What we need is for our community to care, to act, and to stand with us, to stand with survivors. And while we've come a long way in addressing domestic violence, we all know that there is still much more work to do. This is not a problem that happens behind closed doors in isolation. It is a community issue. Domestic violence touches all of us, whether directly or through the lives of people that we care about. And because of that, no one can stand on the sidelines. Whether you are a neighbor, a friend, a colleague, or a policymaker, you have a role in preventing and supporting survivors. This is our collective responsibility. At Days, we are constantly inspired by the resilience of survivors. Survivors are not just victims, they are the leaders in this effort. There are countless other survivors. In fact, 61% of Days staff who continue to do this work after experiencing and navigating their own abuse. These individuals remind us every day that strength and resilience can come from the darkest of places, and they show us the path forward. But resilience is not enough. We need resources, and we need community support. Days and organizations like ours that provide critical life-saving services face the looming threat of funding cuts that could drastically affect our ability to continue to work at the capacity that we need to. And as other programs around the state and region with less resources than ours are profoundly impacted by cuts, potentially to the point of closure, those victims and survivors will turn to the organizations that remain, such as DAYS. Dane County is already the fastest growing county in the state, and we are already stretched to our limits. We already have wait lists for some of our most important services, and not to mention that our homicide prevention shelter is the only one in Dane County. These cuts will further impact and create burdens on programs that are already functioning at maximum capacity. To be direct, community support is not just nice to have, it is absolutely essential for the survival and empowerment of those impacted by domestic violence. We cannot do this work alone. Raising awareness is a crucial first step and one that we're actively engaged in tonight. We know that domestic violence is severely underreported, meaning alarming statistics that we have are only a fraction of the true reality. But by educating ourselves and our communities about the pervasive impact of domestic violence and acknowledging that it is already deeply entwined in our lives, we can begin to create the powerful and necessary change. In the face of these challenges, the pervasiveness of domestic violence and intimate partner violence, the stigma that blocks survivors from coming forward with their stories or seeking services, the limited access to resources, even in the face of these, we at DAYS remain hopeful. There is so much we can achieve when we come together. Our prevention work and our community outreach are planting the seeds of a future where domestic violence is not inevitable. Imagine what we could accomplish if every one of us commits to our part in the plan, whether it's through a donation, through volunteering, or simply raising awareness in our own circles. So tonight, I ask that all of you continue to stand with us, stand with survivors, stand for a future where one day, not one single person will know the experience of abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Next is Virginia Giddens from Unidos Against Domestic Violence.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Virginia Gittens Escudero. I'm Unidos Executive Director. Unidos is a nonprofit organization serving victims of domestic violence, sexual abuse, and domestic abuse, sexual violence, and human trafficking in Dane County. Our services include our 24-hour helpline, individual counseling, legal advocacy, support groups, and education and prevention. We have been serving the community since 1996. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the Common Council for passing the recognition, recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This important action highlights the ongoing efforts to address and bring awareness to the issue of domestic violence in our community. By formally recognizing this month, we not only honor the survivors and remember the victims, but also strengthen our collective commitment to preventing violence and supporting those impacted. This is today more important than ever. Today, the Coalition Against to End Domestic Violence in Wisconsin has released their annual homicide report, the 2023 homicide report, where 80 lives were reported to be lost in Wisconsin, and 5 of those lives were residents of Madison. So we all have a role to play in ending domestic violence. So today I invite our community to educate ourselves, our children, and our community about the signs of abuse and the resources available. Let's speak up when we see something wrong, refuse to turn a blind eye, and understand how insufficient immigration policies, adequate funding, lack of affordable housing, and systemic barriers prevent victims from finding the safety and support they deserve. Let's ensure that every survivor knows they're not alone and that help is available. Your leadership in making this issue a priority will continue to raise awareness, promote resources, and inspire action towards a future free from domestic violence. Thank you for your dedication and for giving voice to this critical cause. To all survivors, we believe you, we support you, and we're committed to helping you find safety and healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. So that has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 2? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 2. Item 3 is Legistar 85493, congratulating Mentoring Positives on their 20th anniversary and thanking them for their steadfast dedication to the Darbo-Worthington neighborhood. And for this, we will also start with Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas founded in Darbo-Worthington in 2004, Mentoring Positives has provided 2 decades of support, community development, and youth mentorship. And whereas Mentoring Positives' mission is to build strong, trusting relationships, positive attitudes, and life skills in youth through mentoring, athletics, and social entrepreneurship. And whereas Will Green started Mentoring Positives following the loss of his mother, Muriel Pipkins, to breast cancer at the age of 46, utilizing her initials as inspirations for the name. And whereas Mentoring Positives has been instrumental in building bridges within the community, working alongside numerous partners to foster a safer, more vibrant neighborhood. And whereas from the beginning, Mentoring Positives has played a crucial role in assisting with the hiring of numerous neighborhood officers, ensuring that safety and trust remained central to community life. And whereas Mentoring Positives has been key in organizing and empowering residents for events such as Parks Alive, community dinners, and family fun nights, providing invaluable opportunities for unity, fostering connections among residents, and providing outlets for fun, learning, and community building. And whereas Mentoring Positives has helped residents become active members of the Worthington Park Neighborhood Association, amplifying their voices and ensuring their needs were heard. And whereas the organization has partnered with groups such as Joining Forces for Families, Lowell Elementary, Eastside Planning Council, and Alder Marsha Rummel, bringing essential resources and opportunities to Darbo-Worthington families. And whereas Mentoring Positives' dedication to youth programs has been particularly impactful, from organizing sports activities to educational opportunities, their commitment to the neighborhood's younger generations has been a beacon of hope and growth for many families. And
whereas since its creation, Mentoring Connections has impacted the lives of over 3,000 youth, creating opportunities for growth and success. And whereas since 2004, Mentoring Positives has grown to include Off the Block Salsa, a youth-led initiative teaching business skills through salsa production, and Off the Block Pizza, an expansion of the social enterprise. And whereas Mentoring Positives has expanded their efforts in recent years by distributing their products to local grocery stores, as well as through the opening of Muriel's Place in 2023, a new youth production and restaurant space. And whereas Mentoring Positives has now been supporting youth who face challenges like high absenteeism, academic struggles and disengagement for the past 20 years, helping them to build life skills, improve school engagement, and explore future opportunities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Madison Common Council congratulates Mentoring Positives for their 20th anniversary and thanks them for their steadfast dedication to the Darbo-Worthington neighborhood. So ends the reading.
Thank you, Alders. We'll take that as moved by Alder Madison and seconded by Alder Harrington McKitty. And we have with us Will Green to accept the proclamation.
Well, thanks everyone for having us here today. It's an honor to be honored by the City Council. Thank you for your dedication and the deep gratitude for your service and what you do. I didn't prepare a lot. I'm not a guy that prepare a lot of speeches. I go with a lot of emotion. I always start with my mom, Muriel Pipkins, because I want people to know my passion on why I started mentoring kids. I turned my pain into passion. I'm an implant in this city. I'm from Gary, Indiana, but I found a love for Darbo. I found a love for Madison La Follette because I am the head coach for the girls varsity basketball team in Madison La Follette. And so I am just so honored in the deep reflection I've had in the last week of thinking about 2 decades of serving youth in our city. And coming from a place that sometimes no heat, no water in the house, and thinking about the food stamps and being embarrassed about that, I knew if I could be here in front of you today, all kids that I come across can be in this spot too. And so I inspire them to be whoever they want to be through these enrichment activities. So I won't take up a lot of your time because I know you're busy. I am too. We're having an event at the Goodman Center this Thursday, our 20th year anniversary. And so this is for my mom. I pushed the positivity through the loss of her. And I just want everybody here in City Council to know right now that it's been 20 years, but we're just getting started. So we got 20 more to go. So I appreciate y'all and thank you.
Somebody's missing.
I do think, Dylan, it would be appropriate to get a group photo with the proclamation. All right. Thank you, Will, for everything that you do. Alder Madison would like to reflect.
Yeah, I just want to, I think when I met Will very early on in my getting to Madison. And Will and I have been in some of the same meetings for years. Some meetings tense, some meetings where I think us in the meeting knew we knew better, but other folks thought that they knew better. But I think Will has been one of those folks in meetings where you do know Will knows better. Like he knows what's better, what is the better decision, which direction we should go. So I just want to say personally, like I greatly appreciate your leadership because it has had a positive impact on my own ability to lead in various spaces. And then I did recently go to a celebratory event in the neighborhood. And I just gotta say, like, just seeing all these kids, especially kids who look like you. There was a young man who looked just like a young Deion Sanders when he played baseball. And like, kids need these like freeing spaces that are not over programmed, but they get some level of programming so they're comfortable and can be themselves. So I just wanna say thank you for offering spaces like that. And I run into young people who, they may be whatever traumas they're experiencing on the east side near the Mocha or near the Walgreens sometimes. And the first thing they say is like, well, I got to head out. I'm something mentoring positives. Or the girl who makes my coffee at Mocha over at Mentoring Positives. So your impact is like tremendous beyond what you likely even realize. Like you're touching so many people, and you're touching, whether other leaders tell you or not, you are touching even the ones who claim to not know what you're doing. Believe me, you're impacting them too. So I hope you see another beautiful 20 years. Hope that next 20 turn into 40, 60, your grandchildren be carrying on a legacy. I'm just prayerful and hopeful that everything you want will be realized, because you deserve it all. So, yeah.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Will, that we're proud of you. I would be remiss if I didn't say that, because I remember when you got started through my mom, of course. Not that you got started through my mom, but I remember when you got started, and we're looking for encouragement, and you got it and you kept going, and she would be so proud of what you've grown to today. I also want to say that we should eat more pizza. And I'm so proud of you for keeping the kids on the block, off the block with off the block salsa. If we could just plug that. It's amazing. You and your wife has done selfless work. And the reward is when you get to see the now 30-year-olds come in, or the late 20s, and celebrate with you. So congratulations.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to chime in and absolutely say that during my time with Madison Area Urban Ministry was when I first met Will. And I would see him in the gym, and when one of the students was having a bad time, he would take them aside, have a conversation, and bring them back into the space. And so I've seen your development, and that's why I wanted to make sure your wife stood with you, because you were in this together, and you've done a tremendous work in that area. But you started by yourself. And many people did not have faith in you, but you had faith in what you could do. And you selected the young people that were cast aside, and they knew that you cared about them. So I'm so pleased that the work has expanded into 20 years, but I remember how you started. And so thank you so very much for your work. So I wanted to add that.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Thank you. Just want to congratulate you, Will. You're someone I've known for many years. And over the years, we've both kind of advocated for young people, and still advocating to make sure that a lot of these young people are mentored and their needs are provided. I did want to say that you're not only, an asset to your community, but you've also even extended your support to the South Side, and we know that you'll continue to grow. I love seeing the growth and development over the years. I'm glad that you're doing what you're doing. I want to retire from doing some of that stuff, so keep doing what you're doing, being positive and making a difference in a lot of young people's lives. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. If no other Alders in the queue, I just want to add my thanks and appreciation to Will and to the entire team at Mentoring Positives. You have a knack for dreaming big, and you've achieved a lot, and I hope that the Darbo dream continues to grow. Thank you. All right, it has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a enthusiastic unanimous vote in favor of item 3? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. And we'll move on to item 4, which is Legistar 85501, affirming and celebrating Monday, October 14th, 2024 as Indigenous Peoples Day. We will not be reading this tonight. But I did want to let the council know that I will present a copy of the resolution to a representative of the Ho-Chunk Nation. I'm attending the county's flag raising and will present them with the resolution there. So can I get a motion on number 4, please?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 4. That will bring us to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals on tonight's agenda? Alder Figueroa Cole, are you waiting for? Nope. Alder Vitiver.
Item 113, I'm an employee of the Department of Health Services.
Thank
Disclosure,
you.
not a recusal.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox, disclosure.
Yeah, on item, I believe, 112 that's being introduced, I'm an employee of the Overture Center for the Arts.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other disclosures or recusals on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, then we'll move on to the presentation of the consent agenda. President Figueroa Cole.
A consent agenda is moved with the recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, including public hearings, except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak, 2, items which alders have separated out for discussion or debate purposes. This document lists supermajority items, agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda, items for exclusion, items introduced on the floor, and agenda items with corrections. Agenda items that are supermajority items, for the supermajority vote items will be recorded unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Legistar 85-108, authorizing the City of Madison on behalf of the Madison Senior Center to accept 2024 to 2025 Digital Literacy Grant Award of up to $7,500 from the National Council of Aging, and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement to formally accept the grant funds and amending the Community Development Division's 2024 adopted operating budget as appropriate. 15 votes required. Legistar item 85-282, authorizing an amendment on an emergency rental assistance program contract with Benevate Inc., which governs the use of Benevate Inc.'s neighborly software system in administering federal emergency rental assistance funds provided to the city to sustain efforts to prevent evictions and promote housing stability for eligible households in Dane County affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and of these funds additionally accepting and amending the Community Development Division's 2024 operating budget to reflect use of these funds, additionally accepting up to $237,000 from Dane County to pay administration fees related to its use of the system. That's 15 votes required. Legistar file 85-305. Authorizing the City of Madison to submit, and if awarded, to accept a grant up to $4,250,000 from the Flexible Facilities Program Fund, funded through the State of Wisconsin Department of Administration Division of Energy, Housing, and Community Resources for the Imagination Center at Randall Park project, and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to enter into an agreement with the State of Wisconsin to accept the grant award, and amending the 2024 adopted capital budget of the Madison Public Library. 15 votes required. Legistar 85-313, amending the 2024 adopted Economic Development Department's operating budget to accept $670,000 grant award from the Build America Bureau of the U.S. Department of Transportation, and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the associated grant agreement with the U.S. DOT. 15 votes required. Agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda. Legistar file 85-304 is a substitute authorizing the City of Madison to submit, and if awarded, to accept a grant of up to $971,782 from the Flexible Facility Program funded through the State of Wisconsin Department of Administration Division of Energy, Housing, and community resources for the Central Library remodel, and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to enter into an agreement with the state of Wisconsin to accept the award. This, the recommendation for this item was changed, and it's recommended for the council to place on file. That grant is no longer required. Legislature item 84994, approving the final plat of Starweather Plat on land generally addressed as 3450 to 3614 Milwaukee Street. The recommended action is to adopt with the conditions. On a motion by Sanders, second by Alderfield, the Plan Commission found the standards met and recommended approval of the final plat subject to the comments and conditions contained in the Plan Commission materials. The motion was approved by voice vote. Legislative item 85482, amending the public health operating budget to accept Wisconsin Department of Health Services grant funding for a 1 FTE disease intervention specialist to support linkages to care for people who use drugs. This is an introduction from the floor, and the recommended action is to refer to Finance Committee on November 18, 2024, the Board of Health on November 6, 2024, and the Common Council on November 26, 2024. Agenda items excluded by request of alders or speakers registered by noon on October 8. Agenda item had a registered speaker, but he has indicated that his answers were addressed by Plan Commission, so we don't need to pull 79. Agenda item 84843, the 2025 capital budget has speakers on it. Agenda item 9 is a public hearing for a license at the Regent Street Mini Mart at 1401 Regent Street, a Class B alcohol license, has speakers on it. And agenda item 72, I have to read it from here. Agenda item 72, 85280, authorizing the execution of a fourth amendment to the lease with Joel Enterprises LLC, allowing for the city's continued use of space at 29 March Court for the operation of Madison Police Department evidentiary facility. That has speakers listed, and that's all I have at this moment, Mayor.
Introductions from the floor.
Oh, you're right, sorry. Introductions from the floor. Legislative item 85613, authorizing the Parks Division to submit and, if awarded, accept a grant up to $24,000 from the State of Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources Surface Water Grant Program. If awarded, amending the Parks Division capital budget and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to enter into a contract with the State of Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources to accept the grant. This is to be referred to the Finance Committee on October 14 and the Common Council on October 29. Legislative file 85614, approving the 2025 operating plan for Madison Central Business Improvement District. This needs to go to the Downtown Coordinating Committee on October 17 and the Common Council on October 29.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other items that alders wish to have excluded from the consent agenda? Alder Field.
No, apologies.
Nope. Alder Govindarajan.
Thank you. Item 77, just for comment.
Item 77. Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Item 80 and 81, I forgot to add them to the consent agenda.
80 and 81.
Thank you.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
76.
Item 76.
85313.
Anything additional, Alder? No. Thank you, Alder. All right. Any additional requests? Alder Wahili?
76, add my name as a sponsor.
The clerk will note that. Thank you, Alder. Anything additional? All right, so let me go through that again. The following are supermajority items and will all require 15 votes. That is 69, 73, 75, 76. We have different recommendations on item 74, which is to place on file. And for those that are wondering, it's because we didn't get the grant. On 79, the recommendation is to adopt with conditions. And on 113, there's a change in referral dates, which will now be Finance Committee on 11/18, Board of Health 11/6, and Common Council 11/26. The following items will be excluded. Item 8, 9, 72, 76, 77, 80, and 81. We have two introductions from the floor. Legistar File 85613 and 85614. Anything additional, or should I repeat? Okay, looks like we're good. So then on the consent agenda, President Figueroa Cole?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Alder Wahili, you still have your hand up? Is there something additional?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I think I meant 75, not 76.
75 is the Flexible Facilities Program grant for the Imagination Center?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
We'll make that adjustment. Thank you, Alder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, anything additional on the consent agenda? If not, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, we will record that vote, and we'll move now to public comment. Our first item for public comment is item 8, the 2025 Executive Capital Budget. Our first registrant wishing to speak is Cecile Brown of District 14, to be followed by Deanna Wright. We have Cecile? Please. You can come to either side.
Good evening, I'm Cecile Brown. I live on the south side of Madison, and for 3 years I was member of the New Bridge program. I'm here today because I am in support of Agenda 8. I wanted to tell you about New Bridge. It was a wonderful program, but for the last year,
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the New Bridge funding is not in the capital budget. The New Bridge funding is not in the capital budget. It's in the 2024 operating budget, which is not before us tonight.
So when do I?
I think at the next council meeting, those recommendations. Is that right, Alder Vivier? Excuse me.
When is-
23rd. Wednesday, October 23rd is the next opportunity, which is a meeting at 2:30 p.m. on Zoom, and that's the meeting of the Committee on Aging.
And then I believe it'll be
And
at the
then-
next council
The
meeting.
Finance Committee,
And I signed up today, and they told me to come.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but
it was a miscommunication.
Perhaps-
The item was just introduced from the floor, and it was a miscommunication. Newbridge sent out further action alerts by email correcting the error, and I am sorry you didn't see that.
But thank you for showing up, and can somebody make sure that she gets the correct dates for Karen? Thank you. Thank you. We'll make sure she gets the right dates. And then, no. Thank you, Cecile. Thank you, Karen. Alder Latimer Burris?
Yes, if we could just say, like on the record, what the dates are for the Aging Committee, just because we're getting a lot of emails as well, so it might just be, if Alder Verveer could just say those on the record if he has them, please.
Alder Verveer, would you mind?
I'm happy to do so. Let me just confirm. So Alder Knox and I, as the alders on the Committee on Aging, are sponsoring a resolution on tonight's agenda that are staff recommendations, but I want to stress to everyone that they are not the actual recommendations of the committee. It's only for timeliness purposes that they're being introduced tonight. So as I stated earlier, the next opportunity for public comment is the next meeting of the Madison Committee on Aging. That would be Wednesday, October 23rd at 2:30 p.m. That's via Zoom only. Following that would be the city's Finance Committee meeting on Monday, October 28th at 4:30, Zoom only again, virtual meeting. And then the next council meeting where this would be returned would be on Tuesday, October 29th, in a hybrid meeting here at 6:30 p.m.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. All right, our next registrant may be on the same topic. Deanna Wright of District 20. Did you have something for the capital budget?
No, in fact, I was given incorrect information as well. So I will plan to attend those other meetings virtually.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, then our next item is item 9, which regards a new license for the Regent Street Mini Mart. We have one registrant wishing to speak, Minu Kaushal of District 13. Do we have Minu? Minu,
Yes.
there you go. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am Minu Kaushal. I am the owner of the Regent Mart and Cafe, Regent Street Mart. I am here to request the council to refer this back to ALRC. I did not get the opportunity to attend the last ALRC meeting as I had been very busy moving my store from current location to the new location, and I did notify the city clerk for one meeting that I would not be able to attend. I just want the opportunity for my legal counsel to present my case at the ALRC next meeting. I feel I have the right. I also sent out an email to all the elders explaining the situation and the history of the whole application process for the liquor license. I don't have a very big speech. If anyone has a question, I am happy to answer those questions, but I'm here to request the council to refer this back to the ALRC for the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our only registrant on item 9. Are there any questions for the registrant? Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. Minu, in your email to all alders, you indicate that you have a Class A liquor license with conditions to sell beer, spirits, and single cans. Are you currently selling hard liquor at your store?
No, I am not.
Then you are claiming, though, that you have a license to sell spirits. Do you?
I do not. I did not claim. All I said is that I applied for the Class A full license, but I was given a license for beer, to sell beer and the other stuff with the condition.
Just beer.
So if I mention spirit, I probably mean the ciders.
Beer and wine, correct, is what you have a license to sell currently. And
correct.
Regarding the second of the two ALRC meetings, did you notify the clerk on the second one that you were not attending?
I was not informed. I did not get because I had been so very busy moving the store and with the construction going on at my store, I did not get to know that there was a meeting. And I reached out to him. He notified me it was few days back. So I missed the deadline for that one. But for the first one, I did notify him that I will be not available. And as I'm occupied with the store construction and the moving of the store.
So you acknowledge that you did not notify the ALRC via the clerk that you were not attending the second meeting, correct?
As I was not aware about the meeting. Had I known about the meeting, yes, no.
The clerk indeed assured you, though, at the first meeting when you indicated that you couldn't attend, that it had been referred at your request. So you knew that there was a second meeting.
I did not get a response from the clerk for that. I replied to the email, which I also have sent to the mayor's office, showing that I did reply to the email.
Well, one more follow-up question.
But the second one. Mm-hmm.
When Doug Carlson, the president of the Vilas Neighborhood Association, offered to meet with you before this last meeting, informing you that there was indeed a meeting of the ALRC, and you said you did not want to meet with the Vilas Neighborhood Association. Do you recall that interaction?
I did talk to Doug. If the intent here is that I had been in constant communication with Doug, but at one point I gave up because it was going nowhere. So he asked me, do you want to meet next? How many times did I need to speak with him to get this approved? And I had in my email, I did attach all the communication that I had with the Doug. So yes, I said, what else I needed to discuss with them? I went to the meeting. I invited all of them, which you did not come. You did not attend any of the meeting that I had with the neighborhood. And I continue to have communication with him over and over. And at the last time when he said he is not going to favor it, and he said, do you want to meet it again with us and talk about it? What else? I have a business to run. How many times I need to meet with them and talk about the same thing? At that point, I said, no, I do not.
No, I understand.
Because I wanted my council to handle this rather than me going over and over and trying to convince the neighborhood over and over about the same thing. So that is the reason when I told Doug that, no, I do not want to talk about this.
No, I understand.
Anymore.
Minu, I'm only bringing it up is in that email exchange, Doug informed you at the second ALRC meeting, and you never informed the clerk that you weren't attending. So we all showed up at that second meeting. You had not informed us that you weren't attending, and it was at that second meeting that you were denied. Those are the facts. Questions over. That's all I have to say.
But as you know,
Thank you,
this
Alder.
application was, thank you.
Are there any additional questions for the registrant? All right, seeing none, thank you, Minu. We will move on to item 72, which is authorizing the execution of a Fourth Amendment to the lease with Joella Enterprises, allowing the city's continued use of space at 29 Marsh Court for the operation of the Madison Police Department evidentiary facility. On item 72, we have one registrant wishing to speak, Jesse Ransom of Middleton, Wisconsin. Do we have Jesse? I do not see Jesse in the room or on the Zoom. So that brings us to the end of our public comment. And we'll move on then to staff presentations. Our first is Agenda Item 6, Legistar 82655, a presentation by the city clerk. We have the city clerk online.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, and good evening, alders. I'm honored to be here to speak on behalf of Mary Beth and the clerk's office to share with you a little bit about what our office does. Give me just a moment while I share my screen. The mission of the city clerk's office is that we exist to assist, and our team serves to provide equitable access to open government by promoting inclusion and full participation of all residents in the democratic process. In terms of training for office staff, all office employees are either already a Wisconsin certified municipal clerk or are currently working towards that certification. This includes 100 hours of professional training and also attending the UW Green Bay Municipal Clerks Institute over the course of 3 summers. The clerk's office also handles, in large part, liquor licensing. This includes not just liquor licenses for establishments such as bars, restaurants, but it also includes things that go along with that, such as change of premise or change of license conditions, appointment of agent, change of officers, operator licenses for those who want to bartend or are wait staff or are selling the alcohol perhaps at like a convenience store, for example. Entertainment licenses also go along with liquor licensing. And then, of course, the temporary, or as we call them, picnic beer licenses. In addition to liquor licensing, our office also handles health licensing for Dane County. This includes licenses for them for things like food and drink, mobile food establishments, so carts, transient food stands, so things like at the farmer's market that you might see, or if they want to be selling wares at another farmer's market around the county. Bed and breakfasts, tourist rooming houses, and hotels. And it doesn't stop there. It also includes for public health, swimming pool licensure, beaches, campgrounds, recreation, education camps, mobile home parks, and licensing for tattoo or body piercing establishments. We also handle secondhand and scrap licensing. So this would include licensing for secondhand dealers, secondhand textbook dealers, pawnbrokers. It includes things like solid waste haulers and scrap and recycling licenses, as well as motor vehicle salvage and storage. Other city licensing that we take care of also includes cigarette, tobacco, and now electronic vaping, solicitors, transient merchants, truckers and peddlers, closeout sales, amusement devices, adult entertainment, and theaters. And not only does it include the initial licensure, but also renewals. Also, transportation and paratransit licensing. So in case you didn't know, we are also in charge of licensing taxi cab companies and providing vehicle permits. We're also in charge of licensing for horse-drawn or pedal cab operators, low-speed vehicles, and commercial quadricycles. We also reconcile daily with the treasurer's office for all city license payments that come in, as well as payments for public health licenses and also payments for fire license renewals. Our office also provides support to the Common Council. We prepare the agendas for the meetings. We prepare the proceedings, and we also prepare the legal notices. We also provide support to city committees. We staff and support the Alcohol License Review Committee. We will post meeting agendas for the boards, commissions, and committees of the city. We also provide Legistar training for committee staff. And we also support and make sure that our weekly meeting schedule is up to date online and posted in the bulletin boards outside of the office. The clerk's office also handles lobbyist filings. This includes registrations and expense statements, and also lobbying complaints. Our office also takes care of other filings besides lobbyist filings. We take care of all of the statements of interests, receipts of honoraria, fees or expenses. We also file affiliated organization registration paperwork, as well as claims against the city. Our office is also very involved in city contracts in terms of routing. Contracts will start with the city clerk's office and then end with the city clerk's office. We're also in charge then of filing those completed signed contracts. Other services that our office offers that you may not know about include notary services, records requests, helping the public find the appropriate city, county, or even state agency. We also train new municipal clerks through the UW Green Bay Municipal Clerks Institute. And we also share materials that we've designed with other municipal clerks all over the state. The other large part of what we do, besides licensing as kind of a broad term, is elections administration. We provide this service for the Central Business Improvement District and as needed for the Community Development Authority's Resident Association elections. As of October 7th, we had 192,338 registered voters. We had 4,000 poll workers available to work on November 5th. We have 108 polling places. So far, we have issued 33,598 absentee ballots. And so far, 10,696 absentees have been returned. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the clerk's office? That's a lot of stuff that they do. Alder Figueroa Cole.
How many people staffs the clerk's office? I don't know if she has the information, or you, Mayor.
Jennifer, how many staff does the clerk's office have?
So let me count, unless Jim knows offhand. Do we have 11?
I believe 11 is correct.
Wow.
There's a general sense of incredulousness in the room at that number.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, can I comment real quick? Yes, I mean, one of the reasons we're doing these agency presentations is for us to learn about what happens around the city. And this one is so important because we only kind of think of them. There was something that it was forgotten there that I thought was going to be mentioned, but we forget about these agency, and I know it doesn't run in a lot of people. One other thing that, don't take offense to but I only think of the clerk's office when I get my email about being late to submit my my financial report. So that's like 3 emails to get mine. I'm sorry, Eric. So yeah, there's a lot going on in that office. It's very impressive. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, my question was just with the notary that I think you mentioned the notary, that you guys do notary. Is that open to the public as well?
It is. Notary services are offered during our normal business hours, and all full-time staff are notary publics. So anybody in the office should be able to provide those services if anyone stops by, whether they want to make an appointment or just drop by the office between 8 and 4:30.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm a chief inspector, so I absolutely know the work that your office does. And I didn't realize you only had 11 staff, so that's amazing. So my question is surrounding the duplicate ballots that were sent. How did the clerk's office manage that? When I say manage it, like how did you resolve that issue with 11? How did you resolve that?
Sure. And if it's all right, I'll defer to the deputy clerk, Jim, since he was on site during that whole thing. I was working remotely, so I'm afraid I don't have all of the steps.
Yeah, so what we decided to do when we discovered that duplicate ballots have been sent out is we sent letters to each of the affected voters to let them know that we were aware that a second ballot was sent to them, that they should destroy the duplicate ballot that was sent to them, and if on each of the return envelopes, there's a barcode that's associated with that specific ballot. So if they returned one and then returned a second one, we would be aware if that were to happen once we scan them as being returned. We also have our, one of our new sorting machines that it does tell us if a duplicate ballot has been returned. And then the very last and most important catch-all is when a ballot's being checked in at the poll book at the polling place. We would obviously check the first one in and assign a voter slip for that particular envelope. And then if an additional ballot would show up for that voter, then we would then not process that ballot. We would keep it and then probably pass it along to the district attorney to be followed up on as casting a second ballot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I actually have a question. I don't know, we have 3 clerks present in the meeting. Whoever wants to take it, you could just outline for the record people's upcoming opportunities to vote in the November election. I don't expect you to list all of the in-person early absentee sites, but if you could just give people in the listening public a little bit of a guide to perhaps when in-person voting starts and where they can find out more information.
Yeah, absolutely. So in-person absentee voting begins October 22nd. It is at all of our libraries, Edgewood, UW, Madison College campuses. We also have it at community centers and churches across the city through a variety of dates, days of the week, some on the weekends, some get into a little bit in the night for those who work during the day. And we have about 37-ish locations. To compare, Milwaukee, I think, only has about 7 or so. So we definitely try to make voting as accessible and as close to the voters as we possibly can. You can still request an absentee ballot up until the Thursday before the election, although we don't recommend waiting until that long. We usually call not the day before the election, but the Monday, the week prior, mail back Monday. If you get it by then, that's probably the point in which we would say you probably don't want to put it in the mail after that, be a risk of it not getting to us at time. But we also have drop boxes located in front of each of the fire stations, except the one over on McKenna. We actually have the one drop box at the Elver Park shelter to drop off your absentee ballot if you need to.
Thank you. Alder Govindarajan, question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you guys for the great presentation and for everything you do. Your ability to always know everything happening in the city off the top of your head always amazes me. Quick question for you. So with the upcoming budget, we know that one of the proposed cuts, if the referendum was not to go through, is to reduce the number of poll workers to the minimum required. Can you explain a little bit more about what impacts that might have and what the minimum amount of poll workers is compared to what we have? If you know.
Jim, I think that's you again.
If not, I can email about it. But if you can speak more about the impacts, that would also be.
I think perhaps one of you can start with how you currently staff the polls. Like, what's the wait time that you staff for? Or how do you apportion poll workers between different places? Anyone?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I mean, it depends on how many wards are voting at a particular polling place, because we could have multiple wards at a single polling place, in some cases several. Unfortunately, I do not recall what the minimum staffing is. It's not as many as you think, though. It's like 3 or 5 or maybe 7, something where it's quite a lot of running back and forth between tables for the people working at the polls. So right now, I would say that the impact generally would be longer lines. Unfortunately, I don't recall any current statistics. I do know in 2016, I think it was, Porchlight had something like 1,600 registrations that day. Another several hundred voters who just voted who had already been registered. And the longest line I think we had was 12 minutes. Our lines we try to make our lines as short as possible. It does require a great deal of staff to do that sometimes. But I do recall sitting once in on one time the state was having a meeting on long lines because up in Oshkosh they'd had rather long lines at their campus there. And I heard a commissioner from the Milwaukee Elections Commission back then describe how voters love to wait in line and how the longer line was better because it was communal and they could hang out. We don't really go that way. And it's mostly because we don't want to lose voters, because no voter is ever going to tell you, I didn't show up and vote because the line was too long. They just won't show up. Or they'll drive by and see a line outside and they won't come in. And that's really what we want to avoid. We really want to bring the voting to where you are and try to make it so that people have a voice, no matter how small it feels like when you actually vote. So unfortunately, I don't have any really great statistics for you off the top of my head, but that's what I know.
Thank you. The standard that the clerk's office has traditionally operated to is to have no voter wait more than 15 minutes in line, which, as you heard, we've generally achieved. In the clerk's proposal, in submitting their operating budget proposal, what they had estimated was that the reduction in poll workers would potentially result in voters waiting up to 30 minutes in line as opposed to the 15-minute standard. So they would sort of lower that standard. The attorney may have more.
No, Mayor, I just wanted to note that under our ordinance, the minimum number of poll workers at each polling place is 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you, guys. Definitely want to make sure that voters can vote quickly and easily. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions, Alder Miadze?
Yeah, I had a weird scenario happen. One of my constituents is out of town and they won't be back till after election. Had you guys had a situation where a absentee ballot was sent to them out of state in order to send it back in?
We send ballots all over the world. We have sent them to Antarctica in the past. And if somebody's outside the continental United States, they're allowed to get a ballot via email, so they would have to print it off and get us back the hard copy.
All right, I'll pass
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. Have them get a hold of us. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder.
Yeah, they can request that either through mailing our office or emailing our office, voting at cityofmadison.com, or they can use the myvote.wi.gov site to request that.
Thank you. As you can see, the clerks work very hard to make sure that everybody who's eligible to vote can cast that ballot. Any further questions for the clerk's office? If not, thank you to all the clerks. We appreciate you being here tonight to answer questions, and we appreciate everything you do every day for our community. We will move on now to item 7, which is Legistar 82656, a presentation on public safety, including the Madison Police Department, the CARES program, and the Violence Prevention Unit. And for item 7, I realize I do not know who is starting. Chief?
Thank you. I will gladly start to leave time for everyone else. I did submit a presentation. If someone can get that up, please?
Other folks had presentation as well, so they might be doing that.
Give us a moment, Chief.
While that is happening, let me say good afternoon to everyone, or good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity. I also want to say that our last partnership with City Services was the City Clerk yesterday. We had a tabletop exercise on election security and what we can do to ensure that those persons who are responsible for ensuring our democracy are safe, making sure our city clerks and those persons who work are safe as well, and making sure that if there's any dis or misinformation that happens on election day, that information is of course vetted through the city clerk and then can be put out on our social media, specifically Facebook and X. And so I thought it was great that they gave an excellent presentation, considering we partnered with them on the tabletop yesterday. I think it's a conversation that we have to have around public safety and elections before the actual election day. So thank you to the city clerk for taking the time to do that.
We're tracking it down, Chief.
Okay. I can resend it if I need to.
We've found the email. There you go.
All right. Again, thank you for the opportunity to share about some things that are going on in the police department, most specifically how we work together with our community and with our city government in order to ensure public safety for everyone in Madison. You can go to the next slide, please. This slide details our current service breakdown. They're broken down into field operations. These are the persons that most people are familiar with. You call 911, you'll get a police officer. Those officers are working in our field operations service. The other services are investigative services, whether it's investigating a case that's 40 years old when there's new technology and DNA analysis allows us to identify someone who passed away in our city over 40 years ago. We do that, or whether it's investigating a case that happened today. So that's investigative. Data innovation and reform is another one of our services that we provide. We try to provide timely and accurate data as well as public information to our community members, as well as other city services, to include traffic engineering as a part of our Vision Zero program as one example. And then support and community outreach, which I think is really the bedrock and pillar of what we do. We cannot do our jobs without the support of our community, and we have been working hard to gain or regain and maintain the trust of our community, and that can only be done through proximity and what we do with community outreach. Okay, you can go to the next slide. This slide just details how we break down our organizational chart and how we're organized within our police department. Currently, we're fully staffed with about 492 officers and about another 100 professional staff who do a great job in keeping our department running. Next slide, please. Okay. This slide details our vision statement, which we crafted over about 2 years ago. We spent about a year determining what is it that we want from our department and what is it that our community wants from us. What will the department look like in the future? And it's really, really simple. Our vision statement is that we will be a national model for exceptional policing through our commitment to doing three things: being selfless public servants, having effective community partnerships, and evidence-based policing. And the term evidence-based policing there simply means empirical research in everything that you do and every decision that we make. You should see those three things. You should see where we put the community before ourselves. We're partnering with the community, and that does include city government. It includes the media. It includes the university and so forth. And you should see some research based on what we're doing if there is a basis in research. And then, of course, our mission statement, which quite frankly has been around for a very long time. And that's very simple. We're committed to providing high quality police services that are accessible to all members of the community, whether it includes working with city IT on some translation services that we look to bring to the forefront so that people who have English as a second language can understand how to access information, as well as believing in the dignity of all people and the respect for the individual and constitutional rights in fulfilling this mission. And it's very important that I always say that the Constitution is really the floor and not the ceiling. Much of our policies go above and beyond what the Constitution requires, and I believe that's what we want here in Madison. We had five primary goals this year. One was proactive crime prevention, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Number two was community outreach. Number three was employee safety and wellness. We can't ask our officers and employees to do this very important work if they're not well. And so, we certainly thank our partners in city HR for helping us craft a very robust wellness program. Data innovation and reform is certainly something that's always on the minds of people when we talk about policing. And then lastly, investigative services. And I'll talk briefly about some changes that's coming to our investigations. This is our crime prevention model, or our business model. It's called Stratified Policing. Many of you who've been here for at least 2 years remember I met with you to talk a little bit about this, and you can go ahead and click. And so stratified policing basically assigns certain problems and certain priorities to our staff. And there's a way of holding each other accountable. That simply means making sure that everyone has the tools, training, time, and team to get it done. For example, our partnerships with building inspection, parks, and of course, our partnerships with public health. Crime prevention through environmental design, or what's called safe growth. Many of you have heard about that. That is a training that we were able to bring to the city through a grant that we received in partnership with public health. And Project Safe Growth really is about bringing the community together and simply asking them what will it take to ensure that a location is completely safe, and looking at that environment and making the necessary investments that we need in order to do that. And I think we've seen that around the city. Okay. We did a public safety summit at the beginning of the summer to basically detail with the community what we were doing as far as partnerships and some of our priorities. And that was very well attended. And thank you, Mayor, for bringing the opening remarks there. And then I had to put on here dignitary visits. If you haven't noticed, we've been quite busy recently with dignitary visits, and we have more to come. I'm not going to say any more than that, but we have more to come. We're going to be busy up until November, and so we cannot do any of that successfully under the watchful eye of the Secret Service without everyone in Team City. That includes, as a suggestion from our mayor's office and others, including traffic engineering on controlling lights to ensure that when we stop traffic or when we hold traffic, people can find alternate routes, making sure we're coordinating with the PIO, the Public Information Officer in the city, as well as our own, and as well as working with everyone, including Parks and Rec, sanitation. It goes on and on. It's a big production. And certainly when certain dignitaries come to visit who are running or who hold federal office, it is an all hands on deck thing. And so we thank you for that. In regards to community outreach, here's some things that we've done over the year. We, of course, have our community police advisory boards, which is a result of a grant that we received. We still have our chief youth advisory board. That was one of the first initiatives that I did. Of course, National Night Out. We're going to work in 2025 to make sure that we do not have National Night Out on a city council meeting. Thank you. I was hoping, to give you guys a hall pass and then y'all could just come to National Night Out, but that did not work out. So I will move it to make sure that everyone can go, because everywhere I go, they go, hey, where's so-and-so? Where's all the so-and-so? And so I'm like, they're handling the business of our city. But next year, we're going to make sure that we can pick a date where everyone can go. And then, of course, our summer youth activities, which includes our Black Youth Academy. To do this successfully, we partnered with the Boys and Girls Club of Dane County, the Divine Nine of UW-Madison, the Dane County Sheriff's Office, and we partnered with the Madison Fire Department. We also did a Latino Youth Academy this year, and to successfully complete that, we partnered with the Madison Forward Soccer, Madison School and Community Recreation, Breeze Stevens Field, Capitol PD, and the Fitchburg Fire Department. When it comes to employee safety and wellness, a big part of that is making sure that all of our employees here in the city feel safe in their workspace. So some of the things that we worked on was the CRAZE training, which is civilian response to active shooter events. And that was attended by city employees so that they can feel safe and know what to do in their workplace. We did the active shooter incident management, which was a tabletop exercise with the police department and the fire department. If you remember, we had the unfortunate mass shooting at the Lux the week after we did this training, and everything worked seamlessly. And that is through, again, the leadership of the fire department in association with our Madison PD training facility. And of course, our wellness checks. We cannot do that without the help of the Employee Assistance Program, as well as the good folks in Human Resources. Thank you. Data innovation and reform. This is something that we've been working on sometime. The main focus of this is our cloud storage. One of the projects that we're working on is something called GenTech, and this is moving all of our camera storage from the vehicles to the cloud. This saves a lot of time, and in public records requests, it saves time and money too. You can click it, please. As well as Scene Collect, which is something that our city IT has helped us on tremendously. This is moving digital evidence from the cloud. Currently, we're looking at the 1940s now. And so we have to go all the way from the 1940s to 2025, and we're looking at anything that we can put to digital storage. And in that process, anything that we can also eliminate, which is going to save time and money, we will do that. As you are aware, we have a very robust retention schedule here in the city. And then one more thing is our records review. And that's what I was just recently mentioning. I also have to mention fleet services, because they often sometimes, they're down on the Coosa, they're doing their thing, and they're working hard, and we really don't give them, I don't think, as much credit as we probably should. They had a vision under Mahat to bring electric vehicles to the police department. As some of you are aware, I had one for a time. I was a little resistant to change, and I was like, this is not for me. But we now have 15 fully electric vehicles, 13 hybrid vehicles in our fleet. And I want to say thank you to Mahat and his vision for doing that. Certainly one day, the entire fleet will be electric. We're not there yet, but as the technology increases and the durability of the vehicles increases, we're going to see that. And so I just wanted to just put that in there and just give them a shout out. And if you are ever in that, they have a wonderful facility, by the way. So if you ever get out there, please, I'm sure they will love to see you. Investigative services, talk a little bit about that. Obviously, we have a violent crime unit, our VCU unit. They have weekly meetings with our public health and our CSET team, the Community Safety Intervention team. We also have a bi-weekly meeting with the mayor, and that's an excellent meeting of brainstorming and thinking outside the box and trying to figure out what can we do to reduce these incidences. Additionally, we will be restructuring our investigative services unit. So I'll give you a brief overview of what we're going to do. And so we're going to be changing up a little bit, and we'll have some what we call specialized units to investigate the crimes that are increasing in our city and also increasing in severity. And so I will go through those briefly. We will have 2 family justice sensitive crimes units, and these units will be investigating all incidences of sexual assault, stranger sexual assault, intimate partner violence, domestic stalking, strangulation, and elder abuse. These are cases that are very, very serious to me and serious to our community, and they are on the rise, unfortunately, in our community. And we really owe it to our community to be equitable in this approach and to make sure that if someone is the victim of domestic violence on the east side, on the west side, or south side, that they get the same amount of service, they get connected to the same service, that they know we take their cases seriously, and that nothing gets dropped or fall through the cracks. And you can't do that with a general detective model. You need specialized detectives with specialized skills, training, and the contacts from the community to do that. We will have 1 property crime section. We will maintain our special victims unit. Those are our juvenile victims. We will add a computer crimes unit, a computer crimes and a financial crimes unit. People are not robbing banks anymore. Maybe some people are, but most people are not going into banks anymore. They can get more money, if you can believe this or not, from your cell phone and from discarded materials than they can from going in a bank, and they're less likely to be caught if we don't specialize, if we don't give detectives the training and the time that they need to ensure that if someone is an elder member of our community and someone takes their life savings, we're no good to them if we don't have the skills to get their money back and to do that training. And so I'm very passionate about that. And I will say this, our elderly community, they're more likely to be the victim of a financial crime. We owe it to them to do a little bit better. We'll still have a persons crime unit. We will still have our violent crime unit that will be housed out of here. So thank you. These are some of the numbers I wanted to share with you, what all this work really, really means. It means less victims. It means less families. Currently, we have a 66% reduction in homicides. We're showing 3. We did have a death that was mentioned earlier. We're still waiting on some more analysis from our medical examiner before that is officially ruled a homicide. But of course, we investigate every death as such. Next slide. These are our subjects struck by gunfire. As you can see, we're at a 10% increase, but if you disaggregate for what happened in June at the Lux, you will see that we're doing well, if you will, in regards to people who are struck. We had a goal of 10% reduction, and despite having that spike from that one incident in June, we're well below last year and our 4-year average. The next is burglary. This is something that affects every alder in here and your constituents, to show a 36% reduction in the number of people who have come home or opened their business and found it burglarized, certainly shows that we're doing a lot of good work, and we're doing a lot of good work in collaboration with others. Stolen autos. This is something that obviously was on a lot of people's mind when I first came here in 2020. And as you can see, we have a 39% reduction in that, and that's almost 200 less stolen autos since my tenure began in 2021. And again, this is totally in partnership. Thank you. This is our shots fired report. This is an example of information that we share at the mayor's management team. We investigate every report of shots fired where there is a casing, a witness, or something struck. And the reason you do that is because sometimes it's a miss, or sometimes it's someone who's just trying out a new weapon. But nevertheless, we try to connect the dots. And because we have done this and collecting evidence and putting that evidence into NIBIN and things of that nature, we have reduced our incidences of shots fired year to date by 19%. We had a very good summer. I think this year, this kind of shows you the decrease in these significant incidences since my tenure in 2021. And the key to this is partnerships. Partnerships with so many people who work for the city, who when we pick up the phone and call and ask them an off-the-wall question, or why is the police calling me about a street light, or why is the police calling me about a particular issue, they listen to us and they give us their expertise. And then you send that information out to your community. And when something happens, you are involved. And so I want to thank you for being a significant partner in all of this. As you can see, we're certainly trending in the right direction. There is more work to do. I'm certainly not satisfied with where we are now, but I do think the men and women of the police department, they're doing the work that we've asked them to do in the way that we've asked them to do that work. And I want to also just mention one other thing, and there'll be more information coming out about this particular statistic in our annual report for this year. I was asked in this room one time what I would do about reducing the number of the racial disparities in the number of people that we arrest. And so I want to state that, and you look at these categories here, and there's some other categories combined. Year to date, we're down 54% in the number of African Americans we have arrested in the city of Madison in these major categories. And what I responded at that time was, one way to reduce disparities is to reduce crime. You reduce the frequency, you reduce the risk. When you don't have people who are being hurt, when you can make sure that targets are not easily available, when you work with the community, you work with your nonprofits and people who actually care, you don't have those incidences. When you don't have those incidences, you also don't have suspects either. And so I just want to say, that I took that challenge seriously. And so you'll see more about those numbers as we approach this last quarter. If we can hold tight, you're going to see in those major categories, we're going to show a 54%. Right now, we're showing a 54% reduction in the number of African Americans or people who identify as African Americans being arrested. And so we're very proud that not only crime is going down, but we're also going down in some of those other categories that we're very worried about. And so that is, I think, the last slide. Hopefully I didn't talk too long, but I will take a few questions. And again, thank you for your partnership and thank you for your support.
Thank you, Chief. So I think we'll hear all the presentations first and then go to questions. Preference for CARES or VPU next? Well, let's go onto the Zoom. You have the fire department.
Hey, Mayor, this is Chief Thomas here. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
All right, excellent. Again, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, alders and members of the council, other city staff that are present in attendance tonight. My name is Chris Hamas. I'm the Assistant Chief of Medical Operations for Madison Fire. I'm going to quick share my screen here, and hopefully this presentation comes through okay to you all. How are we doing? Looking okay?
You got it.
All right, excellent. I know this is titled coverage of our CARES program. I'm just going to hit a quick overview of the Madison Fire Department and where we currently are situated. We've got 405 commissioned personnel. Every single day we have 88 of them out on the streets, staffing 14 different stations. The apparatus that we have staffed, each of which contain 4 personnel, are 12 engines and 5 ladders. We have 9 ambulances staffed with 2 paramedics in each of those, and then 1 command vehicle, which is Car 31 with the chief and the chief's aide. Within that 88 personnel for our daily staffing, we have 4 special teams that are outfitted and ready to go each and every day. We have our lake rescue team, the hazmat team, our HURT team, which is our heavy urban rescue team, and then our fire investigation team. In addition, I'll often say the glue that holds us together here is our civilian personnel and administrative staff and fire prevention. So do not want to overlook the importance they have to the fire department, as well as the positions, 7 3/4 positions of the community paramedic, and which includes our CARES paramedics. 2023 run summary to go over. We did 41,328 incidents. A vast majority of those were EMS responses, and you can see we did over 21,000 ambulance transports in 2023. Moving on to cover our community alternative response emergency services, better known as CARES. It's been a phenomenally successful program since its inception. Currently, we're staffing 3 CARES teams Monday through Friday. Each of those are working 9-hour shifts. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, we have a CARES team that is staffed during the day from 10 a to 7 p. The CARES vehicles and teams are made up and consisting of a community paramedic from Madison Fire, and then we have a crisis worker that is staffed from Journey Mental Health. As I stated, we started about 2021 with 1 team, and the success of it has shown a great expansion of the team, and the calls for service are continuing to be met by these teams. Expanded to 2 teams in April of 2022, and then our 3rd team in April of this year. When you're looking at the call responses that the CARES teams go to, it really is a targeted response for nonviolent individuals that are having behavioral health emergencies. These calls come in through calls to the 911 center. Those dispatchers are trained to triage those calls that are coming in. And then if identified as appropriate for a CARES response, they'll be sent out or dispatched to that scene. Other requests can also come in from both Madison Fire personnel on incidents that they're responding to, as well as Madison Police personnel. Looking at the call volume, in 2022, we ran about just under 1,500 calls. Looking at 2023, added about 1,000 to that at just over 2,500 calls. And now in 2024, through September of 2024, we're at 2,590. Our projected call volume in 2024 is looking to be about 3,300 calls. Right now, we're working through a pilot expansion that's been introduced to council and is going through PSRC tomorrow. We'll also hit finance and projected and hope to expand service into Sun Prairie by the end of 2024. And then also for the CARES teams and our community paramedics, there's a renovation going on at the fire facility at 1234 East Washington Ave, where we are going to be housing all of our CARES units there, as well as our community paramedics. So it's going to really assist with the collaboration of getting all those personnel and equipment all under one roof there. That is a quick synopsis of the CARES program here. Stop sharing my screen here. Just a couple little notes to throw on as far as statistics for CARES. About half of the individuals that we responded to with CARES had their concerns resolved immediately. So that's a really great success. 26 of them were transported to another destination. An emergency room was the most prominent location where they were transported to. And the central aim of CARES was to also try to reduce the number of incarcerated individuals or ones that we had to ultimately get to jail. And really only 2% of the individuals encountered by CARES resulted in being transferred to law enforcement. A third of the individuals that we encountered out in the community were referred to one or more community services that the CARES units have a vast list of resources at their disposal. So again, this has been an extremely successful program. We're proud of it. We thank all of you for your support in providing us the staffing, the equipment, and in order to do our job effectively and continue to provide such a valuable service to the community. With that, I think, Madam Mayor, you mentioned we're going to wait for questions till the end, but that's what I have to present for you.
Thank you, Chief. Last but definitely not least, we will hear from our Violence Prevention Unit.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ariel Smith. I am the Director of Policy Planning and Evaluation with Public Health Madison-Dane County. For those who have interacted with me, you all know that's an ambiguous title, and it includes having the wonderful opportunity to lead and support our violence prevention unit and its endeavors. Before we get started, I would be remiss, after hearing from the clerk's office, to not give them a special shout out. As they talked about, we work with them a lot in public health. Our environmental health team works with them, but so do a few of the teams, specifically in the division that I lead, including preparedness. As Chief mentioned, we participate in election readiness activities with them, and also have had the opportunity to work with them in the tobacco licensing space. So really appreciate all of the work and the partnership that they do for us. That being said, I will move on to the violence prevention unit update. If I could have the next slide. Perfect. So this is, again, a makeup of our team. We are currently made up of a variety of positions that include 7.5 FTE, including myself, spending some time with that unit as the director. We have an epidemiologist that supports our data work with the team. We have a violence prevention grant program specialist who supports our ability to put dollars and support in the community in the form of grants. We also have 2 supervisors who co-lead this unit. We have our violence prevention supervisor, and we also have our violence intervention supervisor. And within their respective domains, on the prevention side, we have 2 LTEs who work specifically with the Burn Criminal Justice Grant Initiative, which we partner with the Madison Police Department and CDD, as well as a few community partners on to support that work, specifically in the outreach and response space in the State Street area. We have a violence prevention coordinator who leads up the work on our coalition, which I'll talk about in a little bit, as well as supports wider prevention initiatives, including place-based assessments, working on shared risk and protective factors, working with our wonderful partners in the diversity of violence that exists in our community, including sexual violence, domestic violence, which we heard from earlier tonight, as well as family-based violence, civic-based violence, and self-harm and suicidality. And also on our prevention team, we have our prevention response and engagement coordinator who coordinates our community safety intervention team, also known as CSIT, and leads our community engagement and community healing efforts. For our intervention team, that is our team that is dedicated to be what we like to call boots on the ground. They are the folks who are supporting individuals who are directly engaging in violence, whether that be on the engager side or supporting victims, especially those who have likelihood of retaliation and or further engagement in violence. And so we've got a variety of positions on that team that round them out. So our Violence Prevention Coalition, just an update for you all. We are 136 members on our roster, which is great. That's pretty steady for us since its launch. And it is made up of a mix of community partners in the form of residents who are engaged or invested in preventing violence in our community, as well as community-based organizations whose scope is related to violence prevention, other staff from the City of Madison, and other staff from Dane County departments. The coalition is still meeting quarterly, and information about coalition meetings is sent through our violence prevention listserv and is also posted on our website. And the scheduling for 2025 meetings is occurring right now, so we're soliciting some feedback from members so that we can get that schedule out soon. And one of the primary priorities for the coalition coming up is going to be updating the Madison and Dane County Roadmap to Reducing Violence. So that is the community strategic plan for how we will be reducing and addressing violence in our community. And it is something that is updated every 5 years. And so the intent is to have it released with its updates in 2026. Let's see. Previously, the coalition has supported decision-making around RFP funding led by PHMDC to support and advance violence prevention efforts by community partners. And so as you can see here, we were able to let quite a few grants between 2023 with continuation for 2024. We had a total of 13 grantees in this cohort, and we were able to let nearly $760,000 across the board. And so I do want to give a special thanks to those partners as they have worked with us on building out our violence prevention ecosystem, been able to strengthen the programming and services that they provide, as well as have come together with us at the table to address and respond to specific events across the city. And so for our 2024 funding, I do want to make a little bit of a correction up there. This was not ARPA funding. This was funding from Dane County specifically that was put into the public health budget in 2024 to support another round of an RFP. And so this funding was allocated by the Dane County Board of Supervisors, and it was $200,000 in total for the RFP process. In addition here, there's an additional $210,000 that was put out for bid to support hospital-based violence prevention intervention work. The $210,000 came from the city of Madison, and that funding was awarded to Focused Interruption for this year. One more update. Sorry, if you could go back one. Yep, thank you. In 2025, we are planning to let an RFP supported by county funds currently, estimated at about $300,000 to support violence prevention efforts for next year. And some highlights from our intervention team this year. They were able to serve 22 individuals, including 10 youth and families involved in the Lux apartment complex shooting. They also worked to support residents of 3 properties facing nuisance abatements, and also conducted 16 community listening sessions or healing events, and that was post violent incident or traumatic incident at those place-based spaces. And so with this, this is just a snapshot of the work that our intervention team does and has done so far this year. Additionally, our Community Safety Intervention Team, also known as CSIT, which reviews incidences related to or indicative of violence on a regular basis, reviewed 105 cases so far, with response to 98 of those cases. And we couldn't do that without the support of the community partners that come together weekly in that space. So thank you to all of the folks who show up there weekly. And this is a map of the places where our intervention team has been working with apartment complexes and the residents who reside in those apartment complexes and or neighborhood spaces specifically. And so this is just to get an idea of our reach so far within the city of Madison. In 2025, we are hoping to expand our reach a little bit. As many of you know, the jurisdictional boundary that separates the city of Madison from the rest of Dane County is imaginary when it comes to violence. And so we're really working as a team to have the capacity and ability to expand our reach. But for now, these are the spaces that the team has worked in or is continuing to work in thus far. And that is what I have.
Thank you. Questions for any of the folks presenting on public safety tonight? Alder Govindarajan?
Thank you. Question for CARES real quick.
Go ahead.
I know the long-term plan is to expand CARES into the nighttime. I would love to learn more about, I mean, obviously we have budget constraints, but why are there no current nighttime hours? What are the challenges facing us? Would love to learn more there.
Yeah, that's a multifaceted scenario that involves staffing in particular. One of the hardest points for us to staff is the mental health, the crisis worker on the CARES unit, and which is typically not a 24-hour overnight type of staffing. So that is one limitation that we're trying to work on and see if we can get the staffing enabled. We're also with the addition of a data analyst to our team here this year. We're really starting to run some better numbers that we can make some data-driven decisions based on when these CARES responses are typically happening, which are very much so during the daytime hours that the units are staffed right now. So we're going to continue to look at the data and ultimately try to address if the staffing model is such that we can continue to expand growth into the 24-hour type model for the CARES program.
Thank you. And you were saying
If I could just add, Alder, that the initial data analysis that Fire did in looking at the types of calls for service that MPD was responding to that CARES would take over showed that the actual peak in those calls was in the middle of the day on weekdays, which is why we started the service there and have expanded outward. Since obviously getting to 24/7 is a goal, but we did actually follow the data to be in the times that had the highest call volume.
Okay, that's very interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney? Sorry, Alder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It just took a swallow. My question is to Chief. And Chief, you did speak in terms of looking at the relationship with the police with youth of color or peoples of color. And so I want you to just give us a summary of community event that you participated in with the Tyreek Hill police stop. What could have been done for a different outcome? And I want you to summarize that because that's of interest of us. I was really interested in how you were looking at what could have been done as we parallel your work here in Madison.
Thank you. So the incident involved a professional athlete, football player, Tyreek Hill, who was stopped by police down in Miami, Florida, working a special assignment, and the traffic stop really didn't have a positive result for either one. And I think Mr. Hill and the police both probably could have done things differently. Now, I knew about it. I'd read about it. It really wasn't on my radar. And to be honest with you, it wasn't something that I was really intended on communicating with the community about. But I was asked by community members to give my impression of how do we prevent things like this from happening in Madison. And it was because of that reason that I agreed to do a community forum at the Urban League with some community members who were there with me. It was a very good panel moderated by former police chief Noble Ray with Renee Moe and Judge Mitchell, as well as Coach Assad. And what I was really able to convey was that, we have a duty to intervene policy with the city, which we've had for some time now with the police department, which simply means that every officer on a scene is responsible for the conduct of the person standing to the next and to the right of them. And you have a responsibility to intervene if that person is not behaving properly, something that we really didn't see in the video when one officer did try, but he was pushed away from an officer who had already escalated. We were able to talk about de-escalation training. And we're able to talk about a training that I brought when I first came here called ICAC, Integrating Communications, Assessments, and Tactics. In other words, it's okay to reposition. It's okay to move back. It's okay to live to, if you will, negotiate again at another day. It's okay to do that. And you're not sanctioned for doing that. And most importantly, to talk about some training that we did earlier last year with the duty to intervene, which touches on a new line of research called active bystandership. Why do people stand by and watch when bad things are happening? There's a whole science behind it. And so we're digging into that. There is a training called ABLE, Active Bystandership for Law Enforcement. They may have changed the name to something different. It's another acronym now, but nevertheless, that's what it was when I went through it years ago. And so understanding to the community an appreciation for the way we train, how we hold each other accountable, and the fact that we make sure that we have the policies and, of course, the supervision to ensure that we police the way the folks want us to police here in Madison.
A follow-up question. The body-worn cameras came up. And could you just briefly summarize why Judge Mitchell said that was so key in terms of that particular event?
I think one of the officers who, from my estimation and many others, failed to de-escalate, his body language is something that would not clearly have been articulated in a police report. That's something that we were able to see as a benefit of the body-worn camera that was being worn by his fellow officers. And having the body-worn camera to be able to show what everyone said or did or how they acted was crucial in an understanding of what otherwise would have been a simple police report that someone was non-compliant, didn't roll their window down, and they were taken from a personal car and decentralized on the ground. And so having the benefit of the body-worn camera, as Judge Mitchell stated, puts things into context when you have something like this that happens.
Thank you. I'm complete.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler?
Yeah, this is a question for Chief Barnes. Out here in District 11, we have a lot of very broad boulevards. We got a lot of windy streets, which ironically were designed to make streets safer for pedestrians. But it turns out that slow curves on streets are actually more dangerous. It's actually the streets that are more how our downtown is designed, with more right turns, seems to be safer. So I guess my question really has to do with traffic enforcement officers, and I'm wondering how many do we currently have and patrolling the city, and as our city continues to grow, do we need more to keep the streets safer? Mainly, I'm thinking about for pedestrians and cyclists.
Sure. Alder Tischler, I responded to a question similar to this. I remember in February of 2021, about 30 minutes after I was sworn in, and my answer is the same. There's no police chief in the country who's going to turn down more help. And I'm not one of those. I'm not going to turn down more help. So if I can get more help, I'm going to take it. But specifically, we have 6 officers and 1 sergeant that are assigned to what we call a morning AM traffic safety team. Specifically, we want them in the school zones. If we were to move them to the evening, where we're seeing people walking in the evening, exercising, and being involved in traffic collisions, I would lose the school zones, and I'm not prepared to do that. I am writing and working on a problem-oriented policing plan for traffic safety. I have restructured the objectives for our community policing team. We're going to ask that those teams lend a hand in the districts when they can. We're creating a metric so that we can measure where we're doing traffic. And it's not just the enforcement or writing tickets, but it's also assigning them to problem areas, working with community members, working with neighborhoods, public information, and things of that nature. And so we're working on that plan now. I hope to present it at my winter retreat in December, and then that will start at shift change when officers get their new assignments if they choose to move.
Thank you. Alder Ugair.
Right. There's also a question for Chief Barnes. next week on the 16th, I'll be hosting another budget exploration session, and we'll specifically be looking at analyzing some of the larger possible budget cuts that may be necessary if we have a failed referendum. And I'm looking at the summary that we have available as a result of the mayor's executive operating budget. And note that we're looking at the 2025, which is the beginning of the process in a failed referendum of the kinds of budget reductions, service reductions we may ultimately have to look at, and looking at $300,000 for the police department. I just wonder if you could, partly because I think you may be joining me at that meeting, I thought we'd take an advanced look here at what we might say about the impact in services and what people might see if we have to implement that kind of cut.
Sure. So for the police department, we have some positions that are unfilled now in our professional staff, specifically around records management. And so those positions would be eliminated. And so we would also work to see if there were other areas, for example, licenses and things that we no longer need that we could cut and not be a reoccurring cost to the city that would save that $300,000. But specifically, I do believe that it would be a delay, could cause a delay in what we do with public records. As you know, we process about 30,000 of those a year, more than any other municipality in the state. And so we certainly need as much help as we can, but we would hope to achieve that without actually losing bodies. Currently, again, we do have some positions that are vacant, and so we would probably be eliminating those vacancies. I do have some meetings coming up with staff to see what that would look like, hopefully by the 16th. I have your meeting on my calendar. It's an evening meeting, correct?
Yes, 6 o'clock.
Okay, so just so you know, the big boss is in town on the 16th. That's Mama Barnes. So we're gonna do what we can to stop by, but I just want to be clear. Now I'll be there, but just want you to know.
Thank you, Chief. I understand big bosses, so.
Absolutely.
Okay, and if I can follow up with a similar question for fire, looking at first-year impact with a failed referendum of around $200,000 in cuts, and if you could just speak a little bit about what the public might see as an impact if we had to implement that.
Yeah, I can touch lightly on that. Very similar to what Chief Barnes mentioned, we have an unfilled position of our community paramedic right now, which would be one look at that. We've also got a EMS coordinator position that has been unfilled for a good chunk of the year, and the remaining dollars that would have to be made up for, we would have to take a real strong, hard look at an evaluation of where we can make those savings. We're pretty thin. We have an ever increasing call volume and demand for service, and provision of service is keeping our people busy. So those would be some tough conversations that we'd have to have. And I would defer to Chief Carbon in making the decisions on the best route to go on those.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili? You had your hand up, but perhaps you're...
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the Chief.
Go ahead.
Chief, thank you so much for your leadership for our city. My question is for the Youth Advisory Board. Could you please talk more about their objectives and some of their deliverables?
Yeah, so the Chief Youth Advisory Board, I would say their objective is to learn more about city government, to learn how the police department keeps them safe, to learn what we actually do, to learn about their responsibilities as a citizen or community member and our responsibility as a police department. We ask them questions about what they want to see from the police department. We ask them questions about how to best engage community members. We talk about crime. We talk about social media. If there's something in the community that has happened, we talk about that as well. Currently, the program is with the Police Foundation, and they're soliciting new applications for the latest class. We had quite a few people leave. And so one of the deliverables that they worked on was we did a podcast that I can send you the link to, where they were able to go on and talk a little bit about what they do. Some of the other deliverables that they worked on was a pamphlet around Know Your Rights, written from the perspective of a student or a young person. But, I'm very cautious about deliverables because I promised them that I would not do anything that would expose them as a collaborator unless they absolutely wanted to. Most of them don't have a problem with that, but I'm very conscious of the fact that I want to ensure that they feel comfortable enough to provide their input without it being so public. So, I do apologize if you have not heard as much about that group over the last 3 years as you would like, but that was a promise that I made to the kids.
Thank you, Alder.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, could you also talk about, how many youth are involved since you started this program? As you indicated that there are some who dropped out, but then what are the recruiting process and how you're doing the outreach?
Yep. So I don't say they dropped out. They graduated actually and kind of moved on to other things. So I apologize if I misspoke there. They graduated. I think over the last 3 years, I probably saw maybe 20 kids, 15 to 20 kids. And we usually use the guidance counselors to help us identify kids who want to help. As you know, we give them a stipend. And so we want to identify kids where that could help them, if they need it or if they want it. And then just kids that, quite frankly, have a passion. They're smart. I've been challenged and pushed, and they want to know why we do certain things, and they ask very good questions. And so that's the process now. There is an application process that was just completed, and I can get someone to send you a link to that. But if you go on the Madison, Community Policing Foundation, Madison Community Policing Foundation, I believe they should have a link on their website. If they do not, I'll ensure that you get that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm complete.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to each of our three presenters, and thanks for all the good works that all of you and your colleagues do. I have questions for the two chiefs, since Chief Barnes has been answering for the last few minutes, so maybe I'll give him a break and ask my quick question of Chief Hamas, and that is, I missed exactly what we were saying, Chief, about the remodeling of the old fire maintenance facility at 1234. Can you restate and elaborate further on what all is housed or will be housed there, please?
Absolutely. Currently, our CARES programs are divided into separate locations. There, we have two of the teams that are housed out of the old fire station at the Tom Madison Fire Station on Fish Hatchery Road, and then we house another CARES team out of station number 3. Right. With the remodel of 1234 East Wash, they have the whole front of that facility has been turned into. I believe there's 16 different desks there that have been set up, a conference area, little kitchenette area where we can now bring all of the CARES teams to that one facility to assist in all the collaboration that they do in between calls. Also, currently at Fire Admin, we have our community paramedic staff are housed there that work on other prevention, patients identification and prevention efforts and members of the community there, and we're going to move that office out to East Wash there as well. So all of our community paramedics, our CARES teams are going to be housed there. All the vehicles will be brought there and be able to be housed in a location that they can respond to. The location itself is a very good response location to serve the city as well. So that's kind of the move that's happening. It was originally supposed to be happening this week. Of course, there was some construction delays, and now we're looking at about 2 weeks from now to get moving.
I see. Thank you very much for elaborating on that. So every single CARES dispatch, if they're not already out on the street, will be from 1, 2, 3, 4 citywide and into Sun Prairie eventually?
It will, yes.
Very good. Thank you. Certainly centrally located. And then for you, Chief Barnes, thank you very much for mentioning the restructuring of investigative services. I don't know if you're aware, but a retired MPD detective shared concerns with all alders recently. Did you see that correspondence?
I did, yes.
Okay. I was going to offer to read you a few sentences from it.
Please.
Maybe. Would you like me to refresh your memory? Or?
Sure, please.
Okay, thank you. So they write, this proposal would take away from the community working with their specific police districts. You would have West Side working on North Side problems. Officers would not be able to work with detectives on issues in their districts. I would strongly suggest the council look into this. It would be a major setback to community policing and involvement. I know most detectives aren't interested in this model. Could you just respond to that, please?
Sure.
And reassure us. Certainly your initial explanation made all the sense in the world, but I thought maybe if you could elaborate further,
sure,
that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure. So, I'm always going to be transparent. And one thing I tell my son is every opportunity is a learning opportunity, whether you know it or not. So I'm going to give my son a lesson to look at this video 20 years from now and see how his father handled the situation hopefully with dignity and with class. First of all, I don't know that detective. He didn't work with me. Secondly, if he had, he'd known that in everything we do, you're going to see selfless public service. We're going to put the community before ourselves. You're going to see community partnerships, and you're going to see evidence-based policing, as I stated before. Research shows that specialization is better for detective work than generalization. In addition to that, when I hear someone say West Side, East Side problems, that suggests that what's good on one side may not be good for another. And that's how we got in this problem in the first place. It shames me to hear a police officer say East Side versus West Side or East Side problems. What are East Side problems? Because I grew up on the side of a community where our problems were not as important as others. There's this investment or de-investment or no investment, however you want to call it. And I'm not going to be a part of a police department like that. I'm going to ensure that everyone in this city, as long as I'm here, whether East Side, West Side, or whatever your zip code is, gets the same treatment, and that's the best quality investigative work that we can. Additionally to that, I would probably say that the majority of detectives do not oppose it because they were involved in the process. One of the things that I pride myself on is that I understand change management. So I know how to have first thoughts emails and first thoughts information with staff. I did that. And then I put together several committees to study how this would look. And the detectives brought back to me 2 models and says, here you go, Chief. Which model do you think would work? Now, there were opposition to it, but 90% of the opposition was about how the changes would affect them and not how the changes would affect the community. We work for the community. We work for the people who pay their taxes so that we can have a job. And that's who we are beholden to first. That's not to say that we don't care about our detectives. They are the best in the business. I've always said that. But those detectives who probably sent Mr. Fry to send this email, I would just simply say this: my door is always open. I welcome you to come in and talk to me, but ask yourself before you walk through my door, are you going to talk about how this is going to affect you personally or how this is going to affect our community? And to Mr. Fry, my door is open to you as well. Anytime you want to come and have a conversation with me about how we do work in the police department in 2024, you're more than welcome to do that. And lastly, this conversation about specialization of detectives has been going on for 10 years. I'm not the first chief to bring this up. It's been around for a while, but there are other things that took priority. Now we're at a point where we can move forward on some of this, and I think it's going to make our community better.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate all that very much. And the additional background, I think, is very helpful for all of us.
Yes.
A couple of follow-up questions. To clarify, there will still be detectives housed in every single one of the districts, correct?
Absolutely. I just didn't go over where they would be, but yes, there will be detectives in every single district, and every district will still maintain neighborhood policing officers and neighborhood resource officers. So the connectivity of detectives to the community, officers to the community, quite frankly, is false. None of that changes. And, I would probably suggest that we can ask the detectives, how much time do you spend doing community engagement, getting out in the community? We can do that if we want to. I don't make the detectives do that, but they will often go out and be a part of our stratified policing plans, and they are a big part of the community, and so none of that will change.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think it might be of interest to all of us if you could share where the final assignments will be in terms of in each of our respective district stations and so forth. When that's all settled, if you could share that electronically.
Yeah, I can do that now.
Okay. Well, thank
West District will have family justice crimes. West, Midtown will have property. South will have special victims. Central will have computer crimes. North will have persons crimes. East will have family justice crime. And then down here, we'll still maintain our violent crimes unit.
Thank you. And when is the implementation of all that? Is it subject to shift pick?
Shift change, yes.
Yeah, so shift change. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is very easy. And in general, for all three agencies, we thrive on making data-based decisions. So I know that everybody collects their data, and I would like to understand what type of collaboration do we have between the three of you, violence prevention, police, and CARES, to ensure that we have a set of data that we can actually do decision-making. That is not, how do we, all that comes together to then help the community, because we're all helping the same people. I don't know, Ariel, maybe you want to start and somebody else follow up on how is data used in collaboration between the agencies?
Yeah, I can kick us off. So from the public health perspective, we kind of have similar but different connections with fire and PD in terms of data and information exchange. Specific to CARES, we've been working to kind of previously the public health analyst that supported CARES was in our shop. After that position transitioned, we still provided some data support, I believe that just turned over. And we've also been supporting the contract with the Government Performance Lab through Harvard, who is working on conducting evaluation, a nationwide evaluation of alternatives to crisis response models, including CARES. So that's more of the data connection we have with CARES. And with that, we've been able to better understand, especially the calls for service data that CARES responds to related to mental health crisis and where that may intersect, especially with some of the folks that we are also serving through our violence intervention service line. With Madison Police Department, we work very closely with, I would say, both a data exchange and an information exchange. And to paint the picture of what the two differences in those are, we consider information/intelligence to be a little bit more real time. And so that's identifying folks that we need to connect with, work with, or incidents that we need to respond to, versus data, which is where we receive some more of the hard numbers of shots fired types of data, anything from the homicide rate, Chief, I'm sorry, I'm not doing you justice on all the reports I'm getting out of your shop these days. But like I said, there's a duality that exists with Madison Police Department, but we don't, and I'll let both of the chiefs weigh in. We don't have, and I don't know that we've had robust conversations about creating a comprehensive data set that encompasses kind of all three of our areas at this point in time.
And I have a follow-up question. Is that existing collaboration also includes data of things that you guys are studying that may happen, like things that are happening on the streets that seem troublesome or whatever? Is that information also shared among yourselves?
I would say I would say from the public health standpoint, that information is typically shared more in like the community safety intervention, also known as CSIT space. MPD plays an active role in that and has either one or a few representatives in that space weekly. CARES, we have traditionally not had in that space, but could definitely see the opportunity because a lot of intersection with who we're working with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Chief, did you want to? Okay. Alder Knox.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess my first question is, I think both of the chiefs can respond, but I guess I've been reading recently about the last several Badger football games, and we've had a lot of couple of dozen people being ejected from the game. I think there were double-digit numbers of ambulance calls, and so I'd like to hear from each of the chiefs what impact this is having on their respective forces, especially since UW has decided to serve alcohol now, and I'm wondering if these incidents are representing a increased level of service required. And then I don't know who could answer the other follow-up question is the city being compensated for these ambulance calls and these additional services? So whoever wants to take the first stab at it, go for it.
I'm happy to address that one. I've been very intimately involved with UW football games for a number of years and responsible for staffing our personnel at those games. And with the shift in moving to alcohol being sold within the stadium, that was a big question, how that would impact our numbers and call responses, et cetera. One of the big factors that UW evaluated is this wasn't just strictly a decision based on revenue that could be made. They looked at the effects of switching up other institutions that went to once they switched to serving alcohol and what that impact they had in their stadiums. And actually what they found was that there's a decrease in alcohol related incidents by serving alcohol in the facilities for a number of different reasons. Presumably people aren't drinking as much prior to going into the game, knowing that they can continue to have one during the games and events. And ultimately, from the fire side of things, I can't attest to UWPD and what they're seeing specifically, but from the fire side, our call volume has not significantly changed with the introduction of alcohol into Camp Randall. I would say that the biggest factor in call volume at any of these games is weather. And we've had some warm games, and when you get 60 to 70,000 people sitting in that spot with the sun beating out on them, that has probably the biggest impact on medical conditions that people experience there, whether it be from dehydration or exacerbation of other pre-existing medical conditions. As far as the increase in ambulance transports, our threshold to treat people in first aid stations in Camp Randall has gone down. We have deemed it better to transport people to the hospital versus trying to sit them for hours on end in a first aid station to try to right their problem. So that is part of the scenario is deciding to transport sooner than we would have probably looking 10 years back. And as far as compensation goes, Alder, I know you had asked that question. It's handled like any other incident in the city of Madison. When a transport is handled for an individual from the game to a hospital, those are billed as we would any other response that occurs. And for the staffing that occurs at those events, that is all done under special duty through a contract through UW, and they compensate all of our staff expenses for being there to provide the service at the event.
Thank you. Chief, you have police. Do you have anything to add?
No, I think maybe the answer that you require may come from UWPD regarding the number of people they arrest. It's their facility, so any enforcement action will probably go under their statistics. And we too have a contract with them. So as officers work, and they work from all around the county, actually, they're compensated by UW.
All right. One little follow-up for you. So what's the impact on staffing levels when we're having these games in each of our respective districts, police districts?
Haven't done anything different with staffing. Again, we have our CPT teams that work in or around the games, making sure people can get to where they need to be safely. And of course, all staffing in and around the immediate vicinity of the game is special duty. So if something is increased, it will be at the request of UW.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is for the violence prevention person. And I guess what I liked what you shared in your report and how you respond to different incidents and things like that. One of my questions though is, are you also doing the intervention and the prevention? I know recently you had some resources that were available to community organizations to help you address some of those issues. I'm just wondering, how did some of those resources go to maybe mental health agencies that can do the front work in terms of violence? Because I work with a couple of community groups, particularly with families and young people, and it just occurs to me that a lot of it is how much can we do on the front end of education and therapy to prevent those violence as opposed to responding to those violent incidents. And then to me, that seems more like chasing the tail. So can you elaborate on what your approach is to not only intervene, but prevent violence moving forward?
Sure. So to answer the first part of your question, yes, we invest both in prevention as well as intervention. Our prevention efforts have traditionally been based in partnering with organizations, including mental health organizations, on education, on mental health resources, on understanding indicators, predictors, and risks, risk assessments specifically related to understanding when an environment may be ripe for violence to occur. For the prevention side, we really try to focus more on the policy systems and environmental change that we can influence in order to better impact the systems and environments that we know have and will continue to, without change, contribute to opportunities for violence. So that's really where our prevention team focuses, again, as well as partnering with organizations that do more of the day in and day out direct service with folks on the prevention side, especially within positive youth development opportunities, working with organizations like Mentoring Positives and a few others that we have been able to fund through ARPA dollars. That being said, our funding structure is changing because most of the opportunities we have had traditionally to work with, especially in a contractual way, is coming to an end due to the ARPA funding ending. And so, as I mentioned, next year, what we're aware of so far is we are in the midst of budget season, and public health is a dual county and city entity. So far, we are aware of funding that will be coming from the county to continue to support endeavors. Right now, $300,000 is earmarked, and so we are hoping to reestablish some of those relationships with our partners to continue that prevention work. And as you mentioned, yes, intervention is also part of this, and the focus of our intervention team is dually focused. As much as it's focused on supporting individuals in not further engaging in violence and or those who have been victims of violence, it is done in the lens and with the intentionality of preventing future violence from occurring, because violence tends to be cyclical, meaning that somebody who is often a victim of violence will or could have the potential to be an engager of violence at some point, and that's where we try to disrupt the cycle with our intervention team.
Okay. Just being someone that's very much involved in my community and with families at risk and that, I just have to say, I just have not seen the impact or the needle moving. So I think it will be important for someone to start sharing some of the data that suggests, if that's true, is the violence going down or not. I like the police report, but that talks about incidents of shootings and things like that. But I'm really just experiencing a lot of what I would say is people lacking the perspective of understanding their behaviors as it relates to violence. So I would just like to see more like generational therapy groups, things like that. I'm just not seeing that at the community level at all.
Thank you, Alder.
Mm-hmm.
Alder Miadze?
Yes. First, I just want to echo, thank you to a great presentation by all three. And, I want to echo something to the chief that I've always admired him even being recognized nationally for his evidence-based policing. So I can see why crime is in other areas is going down. But I also had a question about the body camera pilot. I'm just wondering when we're going to get a presentation about it.
Camera pilot is complete. There is a schedule. I did submit that to the council president on when we plan to submit. I'm looking at it now, making sure I understand it. Again, it was completed by a researcher, so we have a meeting scheduled between myself, Dr. Hunt, and two of our employees who happens to be NIJ lead scholars, so that we can make sure that we can relay it when he's not here. But it is complete, and I can get you that actual schedule of when we plan on having it in council. I believe it's the second council meeting in November, but don't quote me on that.
All right. And last question, I think is to a fire chief, is that you hear about a lot of regional transit authority getting federal grants. I'm just wondering, with all the collaboration that the fire department is doing with the CARES program throughout different communities, is there a lot of federal money being given out? And is there such thing? I'm just thinking outside the box, like some kind of fire regional administration that can get dollars a lot easier to help out our communities that are struggling, that love our programs, such as the CARES?
Appreciate that question, Alder. I guess I can't fully attest to the scope and expanse of what is available specifically to community paramedicine and the CARES program itself as far as federal monies go. But what I will say is it's definitely in working with the Harvard GPL, the Government Performance Lab, it's identified and collaborated us with other entities out there across the country that have started programs such as the CARES program, which is really new for the fire service, the mindset of being able to provide a service like this. So we would love to find and explore options for additional funding to help support the growth and expansion of the program. I'm not sure if you remember from the numbers, the data has shown that the calls for service have grown significantly, and we've been able to meet those call volumes only because of the expansion and growth of the program. So definitely pie in the sky scenario for us from the fire side of things would be to find some additional funding to help support that program and continued growth and expansion. And in fact, moving into the Sun Prairie component of it a little bit, with the pilot expansion there, we're going to be charging Sun Prairie for every incident response that we have, if approved by the council, the program to go and respond and to calls into Sun Prairie. And basically what we're looking at is for the cost of a response, it is projected to be about $531 per response, and is what we would be charging them. If Sun Prairie was to have the same call volume that Madison would have on a per capita basis, the projected calls that they would have in 2025 would be about 500 calls, which would be an additional $265,000 of revenue generation brought back to the city of Madison for service expansion. So that, it's looking at not using CARES as a moneymaker, because we obviously want to keep our eye on the target of it being a very integral service that we provide to the community and to those that are in need of its services. But it's worth us looking at different options of bringing in revenue to help fund and support the expansion and growth of such a successful program. So I appreciate the question.
Thanks.
Thank you. We're almost there, folks. Alder Harrington McKinney, additional questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You sound exhausted when you called my name. I have a question for public health, and it generated in a line of questions from Alder Knox. With the ARPA funding, was that funding for expanding existing programs or continuing programs or creating new programs? What would be your just quick assessment of that be?
Yep, so that funding was used for all three. It was a variety dependent on the applicants, but in the RFP, we did not have any stipulations about whether it had to be new, existing, or expansion. So each of the organizations we funded were in a different position when it came to the programming or service that they applied for.
The amount that they applied for rather than?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Was it the amount that they applied for? How was that distribution?
It depended on how much funding we had to allocate depending on the year. So there's a cohort of grantees that were originally awarded in 2023, and then were offered an expansion year of 2024. Some requested to keep their level funding for 2024. Some requested a decrease or a shift in project scope, so that sometimes changed their amount. I don't have all of the specifics in front of me for who was funded at their requested amount versus who was maybe offered more or less depending on their application, but I could get that for you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan.
Thank you. Question again for CARES, really quick. Going off a previous question, in the last state budget, Governor Evers proposed giving CARES-like programs state money. Did we in Madison receive any of that? Sorry, that's a very pointed question.
Yeah, I guess I can't fully answer that question. I can look into that and get back to you on that. What was recognized in the state was a community paramedic recognition, which Madison was the first to achieve that in the state. I'm not sure that was tied to any funding allocation to that, but definitely a question I can dig into and get back with a response.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. No other alders in the queue with questions at this time. So a big thank you to Ariel and the two chiefs for both excellent presentations and extensive question answering. Well done. All right. Alder Vitiver.
May we have a 5-minute break, please?
Moved and seconded for a 5-minute break. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of a 5-minute break? Seeing no objection, we'll be back in 5 minutes, which will be 9:31. Okay, we are 2 minutes past our 5 minutes, so if I can have the alders in the room, please return to their seats, and the alders on the Zoom, please turn their cameras back on if they're able. And we'll see if we can establish quorum
Two hanging out the doorway.
again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We are not yet at quorum, so.
We need chimes like the opera has.
Come back, Nikki. Okay. And we will call the meeting back to order, and I will ask clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Miadzi. Alder Miadzi is present. Alder Remmel is excused. Alder Tischler.
Yes, I'm here.
Alder Tischler is present. Alder Verveer. Here. Alder Verveer is present. Alder Vitiver. Here. Alder Vitiver is present. Alder Wahelia.
Here.
Wahelia is present. Alder Bennett is excused. Alder Conklin. Present. Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry. Here. Alder Curry is present. Alder Duncan.
There.
Duncan is present. Alder Evers. Present. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field. Here. Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Here. Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Govindarajan. Here. Alder Govindarajan is present. Alder Ugair. Here. Alder Ugair is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Present. Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Knox.
Here.
Alder Knox is present. Alder Latimer Burris.
Here.
Latimer Burris is present. Alder Madison. Here. Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford, I do not believe is with us anymore. No. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. We are on then to item 8, which is Legistar 84843, the 2025 Executive Capital Budget. We are referring this, Dave, to November? Okay, so Council President Figueroa Cole, a motion to refer to the November budget meeting of the 12th.
Move to referral to November 12th meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that item is referred. Item 9 is Legistar 84234 regarding a new license for Regent Street Mini Mart. On item 9, a motion, please.
Move to put on file, I think it was.
Place on file. To deny.
Oh, back to denied. Thank you. Move to, to denied.
Moved and seconded to deny. I'll just note that we do need to establish a reason for denial.
Denial for the application being contrary to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. So a motion to deny it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so it would be useful to develop the record in the course of discussion, but let us start first if there are any questions for staff on item 9. Alder Wahili, is it a question?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Could the staff explain the reason for denial? And also, as per the resident, she really wanted to refer to alcohol license because of some miscommunications, and I'm wondering if that's possible.
Okay, Alder, the city attorney can respond.
My understanding of the record that was established in the ALRC meeting, or the recommendation that was developed, was concerns regarding density, and certainly any of the alders on ALRC could chime in, but that was the recommendation for denial was based on that. As we discussed previously, under state law, licenses can be denied for public health and safety, but we need to articulate what that reasoning is. The request from the applicant was to refer this to ALRC. So your options at this point are to act on the recommended motion, or there could be a motion to re-refer back to ALRC, which would be in order as well.
Alder,
Thank you.
that answers your question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Are there further questions for staff? Alder Harrington McKinney?
I do have a follow-up question. Was the reason for denial the density or the fact that she did not show up for that hearing? I just wanted to be clear.
I think the reasoning, as I understand, was concerns about density. I mean, the fact that the applicant did not appear, I think meant that the applicant could not respond to those concerns.
So, and I know you can't read their minds, and we have an alder who is here. If that person had been at that meeting, it would have been for density. That's what I'm trying to get. I want to make sure that that was the reasoning for the denial rather than she did not make that meeting.
Right. The reason that my understanding is the reason articulated by the ALRC was concerns about density. It wasn't, they didn't recommend denial simply because the applicant did not appear.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan, a question?
Yes. When you mean density, maybe I just think too much about housing, but can you explain what that means in this term?
My understanding, again, was not at the meeting, but my understanding was concerns about the density, meaning the number of licensed establishments in that area or neighborhood or vicinity.
Sorry. Do we currently have an ordinance prohibiting any of that, or like limiting density of that
No.
sort? Okay. So the concerns were more so from the neighborhoods, and the concerns were more so about from the neighbors and the residents in that area?
I don't know who raised the concerns, but.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there additional questions for staff? Alder Latimer Burris?
Yeah, on this density issue, was there a comparative? I know we ran into this in my neighborhood, and when we actually went through the comparative, the density was not quite as intense as it was presented. So I'm just kind of wondering from staff, did they compare it against the city density? And then I also would like to know, did the neighborhood weigh in on density? What's the background on all of this?
Alder, I think that the Alder of the district can probably address your questions if they so desire, but Jim, can you shed any additional light into the conversation at ALRC?
Yeah, I know that one of the things that was brought up was the applicant initially applied for only having beer and wine, and then had met with the neighborhood, and then I believe amended their application to add hard liquor as well. And I think there was some concerns in the neighborhood that was not what was presented to the neighborhood association, and that came up at some of the commentary at the ALRC meetings. But as far as the Alder's question about density, I don't have any statistics in front of me, but I will say that Regent Street is one of the more dense areas of alcohol licenses.
I guess I have a follow-up question if I can, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so and this is for Jim, if you would. So were they just previously approved for beer and wine? I mean, so when we listened to the the owner, there seemed to be some confusion, not only about like what type of liquor it was, but also like what she was hearing as like spirits versus not. So I'm just trying to get clarity. Like, was there an alternative? Like, we're not going to do the liquor, but we're open to the beer and wine, or?
Yeah, certainly. So the applicant currently holds a Class A license for a Class A beer, Class A liquor, but with the condition that they are only allowed to sell wine off of the liquor license. So just the beer, wine, and cider is what they can sell. This current application is to get a Class B license so they can have on-premise consumption as well. Class A is for off-premise consumption. Class B is for on-premise, as well as being able to sell for off-premises. And I believe the neighborhood and the Alder were looking to allow them, the Class B, essentially be able to sell the same things they currently sell with the Class A, the beer, wine, and cider. The applicant has expressed an interest in being able to sell the hard liquor as well. And the ALRC initially had sent a recommendation to grant with the beer, wine, and cider to the committee, and then the applicant had asked the committee asked the council to send the application back to ALRC to add the hard liquor in there, and that's kind of where it was in the considerations. And then eventually the applicant did not show and expressed that they weren't going to be able to show at the August ALRC meeting, and then had failed to show for the September ALRC meeting, and that was kind of where they are, and they sent the recommendation to deny.
Okay, and just one last question, because when we were listening to the owner tonight, and the Alder was questioning her, it felt like she was, maybe there's some confusion there, because it sounded like when the Alder was going down the specific types of liquor, it sounded like she said, she could do beer, wine, and cider. There seemed some confusion about liquor. Maybe I was just mishearing it. Maybe I was mislistening, but it wasn't clear to me.
Correct. Yeah, it did not seem like it was clear, but the applicant is allowed to sell beer, wine, and cider, and that was what the initial recommendation was from the ALRC. But the applicant has expressed interest in being able to sell the hard liquor as well. But that's not what is currently allowed in the applicants in the licensee's Class A license, and that's not what the ALRC has ever recommended for granting a Class B license.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Okay, I'm going to try and sort out which of you have questions. Alder Madison?
Hi, this may not be the right time, but I did just want to ask about an email we received about Butterbird. So, because it sounds like the issue was density, but was density considered for the other? The applicant is noting that a month ago, or a month between her application and the other business. So I'm just curious, was density considered for the other business as well in the same manner?
Attorney McReynolds?
Thank you, Mayor. I staff the ALRC, and density is just one of the many things that the ALRC can consider when they're considering the totality of the circumstances, and whether or not to grant a license. And they also consider what type of business it is. So Butterbird is a restaurant. This is a convenience store. And so it's currently a convenience store that sells beer, wine, and cider to take out, carry away. What the business owner is trying to do is change it so that she can sell for people to stay on the premises in the convenience store, inside and outside, I think is what she asked for, to have people buy alcohol there and stay there and drink it there. So they're two totally different kinds of businesses. And there's no specific statute or ordinance that requires a density study or any kind of, specific comparisons of density, what the statute allows the city to do is grant or deny a license as the issuing municipal governing body deems proper. So it is very broad. There aren't these specifics that we need to adhere to, but we do need to give a rationale and reasoning if we do a denial. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney. Alder Conklin.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question. I just want to know, so if this denial goes through and she is denied the Class A for this outside, inside having beers, is she still going to have the liquor license that she already has for the beer, wine, and cider? So that stays. I see a lot of head shakes.
Yes, the Class A license is renewed and will remain regardless of this denial.
Okay, so the only thing is up in front of us is just not having the Class A to be sold inside or drinking outside.
The Class B.
Correct. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions?
The Alder just clarified my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris, additional questions?
Just for the attorney or for Jim, because we haven't been, we weren't at ALRC. Do you think the applicant is very clear that that's what she was applying for outside to have like a, for simplicity's sake, I'll just call it an outside bar? Do you think she was clear on that? Would it behoove anybody to, to make that clarification? Or have you gone through this process and it was really clear? Because it seems to be like some confusion. But maybe it will get cleared up if it's denied. I don't know. Just wondering if you could comment on that or.
Attorney McReynolds?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So in my opinion, it's clear what she was asking for. The application is in Legistar, and so she's asking for outdoor seating, indoor seating for a cafe, and she has now on her updated application checked that she's asking for Class B for beer, liquor, and wine, so I don't think there's any confusion about what she is asking for.
Just one more question. Do you think she's like trying to kind of do like a restaurant or something? It just seems kind of.
Well, from what I can tell, she's basically trying to turn the convenience store into a convenience store that also has a cafe and hot food, grocery store, specialty items. I know at one point she mentioned bubble tea. So kind of like a convenience store that sells those types of things, including what she's really asking for in this process is the ability to sell alcohol to people and have them stay there and drink the alcohol on the property and in outdoor seating on the property.
Okay, so it's kind of like a restaurant. The reason I'm getting into this is some of the businesses that have gone through this, I think it would help one day when we have money in the budget, we can afford it, is to have a small business navigator to help people clarify, to help people, express what they're really getting at. Because it just feels like, she maybe wants to do something that's not really conducive for a convenience store. But if it was a restaurant, it'd be a whole different thing. So that's why I'm asking so many questions, not to keep us here all night. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili, question?
Yes. Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. So looking at the reason for denial at the application, it says based on health, safety, and welfare of the community. But at the same time, we're hearing about density. So my question is, are there any other convenience stores similar to that in that area that have this Class B license?
Although I think it's safe to say that what the applicant is asking for doesn't exist anywhere in the city of Madison. Okay, so there are some that have both types of licenses. But the issue is not the business model, the issue is the density of licenses in the area.
But as a follow-up, why that was not captured in the reason for denial?
Thank you. That's a clearer question. The ALRC doesn't currently add those notes in the items that get pulled through to the council agenda, and that is something that they will be looking at. The language is a sort of standard language that gets used in the event of denials, and the record is actually established by the conversation that happens at ALRC, which would be in their notes. And Attorney McReynolds, feel free to add more if I've missed something.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I did want to clarify that this premise, this establishment would not have both a Class A and a Class B if this is approved. It would be switching from a Class A to a Class B. Establishment cannot have both at the same time.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox, questions?
Well, actually, I don't have a question. I just have a statement.
Okay, well, we're still in questions,
All right.
Alder.
Okay.
I'll add you to the queue for statements. Alder Latimer, do you have a question?
Yeah. So
Additional
I do.
questions, Alder Latimer Burris?
Yes, I do. I have an additional question, Mayor. Thank you. It sounds like, I mean, we've asked a lot of questions, gotten a lot of clarity. And it sounds like, is there a different reason besides density for that we could deny on? Because it seems like it's kind of conflating, like this, it seems like it's conflating. So, and then my next conflating issues. And it seems to me then on Regent Street, or whoever's district that is, and that looks like it's Alder Evers district, will we be looking at density for in every single establishment there in the future if we're doing it under density? I mean, how do we approach that? So my first question for clarity. Yeah. Okay. So my first question for clarity, so you don't get stuck on it, is does it have to be under density? Because it seems like it wasn't clear on the notes and suddenly it's there. And my second question is, then will that set us up to always look at density in this area, always, forever, no matter what?
So the answer is no and no. The council can decide the basis for either an approval or a denial, as long as you establish the record to do so. And no, if you consider density in one case, it doesn't mean that you have to consider density in all future cases. Again, you just, on any decision, you have to establish a record for what the reason for approval or denial is. I have no other alders with questions. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. And if my colleagues can indulge me, I just want to give a little background. And hopefully it'll clarify and provide some assistance and understanding. The applicant first applied for their license in the summer of 2022. They applied for a Class A license as a convenience store and desired at that time to sell beer, wine, and hard liquor. The neighborhood opposed that. This location had sat vacant for some time, and they were glad to see that a convenience store and operator was moving in and wanted to see it succeed, but noted that no previous license holder, no previous business at that location had been permitted to sell hard liquor, and that the nearby convenience store located at the corner of Monroe Street and Randall the Quick Trip, also did not have a permit to sell hard liquor. Why is that? The proximity to campus, the proximity to 45,000 college students, some of whom might be inclined to be able to convince their upperclassmen, their seniors, to purchase hard liquor for underclassmen, and the proximity of a neighborhood that has to deal with the spillover effects of that in the Greenbush and Vilas neighborhood. They were very clear about that. ALRC agreed in September of 2022 and approved the license with conditions that it would be beer, wine, and cider only. The applicant came back this year, I believe in the late spring of this year, with a desire to have a Class B license to be able to sell on premises. The Vilas Neighborhood Association president worked with nearby neighbors who were very skeptical of this, of having outdoor sales at a convenience store, but worked with the applicant and came up with a compromise that the neighborhood could live with. The applicant then changed the application and checked the box to sell hard liquor without informing the neighborhood and without informing the alder. When it came before the ALRC on August 21st, the applicant did not show up. It was referred to the next meeting on September 18th. I explained the circumstances that the neighborhood felt that somewhat betrayed, specifically the neighborhood association president, who had bent over backwards to try to accommodate this desire to have this unusual circumstance that a convenience store could set up tables to be able to sell beer and wine outside, but put their foot down to selling hard liquor, that it had never, ever been approved to sell hard liquor. And remember, if a Class B license had been approved to sell hard liquor, she could also sell hard liquor for carryout purposes, which was denied 2 years ago. Again, hard liquor has never been sold at this location, and it is not currently sold at the convenience store nearby. There was Butterbird, which she brings up, which is in the District 8, Alders District, is a different kind of business. That's a restaurant. They don't sell carryout. They don't sell any kind of carryout liquor. It's a restaurant for on-premises only. I feel like the applicant has desired to be able to sell hard liquor for carryout purposes all along, and may have thought that this was a good way to go about it, but the neighborhood said no. And at this point, my suggestion is to the applicant to receive the support of the neighborhood to continue to sell beer and wine on a carryout basis, and come back to the neighborhood with re-engagement with the idea of being able to sell beer and wine on her outside in a cafe setting at some point, but accept the fact that the neighborhood has been very clear. The ALRC voted unanimously at the last meeting to deny on the basis that it was not commensurate with public health and the general welfare of that particular neighborhood to approve hard liquor sales. I would ask you to support the unanimous decision and vote of the ALRC and vote to deny. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the LRC did hear this issue, I think once with her husband, and then we did offer an opportunity for her to come back, and she wasn't able to make it. So, I think the recommendation from the LRC is appropriate. That said, however, I don't really think density is the big issue. I mean, there are more alcohol establishments on Regent Street, probably on any street in the city of Madison. And we all know this. So I think the issue is, obviously, the neighborhood did not agree. Someone who used to be the alder for that neighborhood. I definitely understand their concerns. And so I would recommend that we follow the advice of the Alcohol Licensing Review Committee, because we do look at all of those factors, including the alder's perspective and, more importantly, the neighborhood's perspective on those issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan?
Thank you. Just want to clarify real quick. I have confirmed with the attorney's office that there's no real requirement that there is no hard liquor sold near student areas. So I just want to clarify that because I think that was mentioned earlier. But a ALRC member actually reached out to me recently about this, saying that, and I believe they actually emailed adding some more information as well just recently, but they reached out to me and mentioned that a lot of this had to do less so with public health and more so about communication. And I don't really have too much more details about that, but when I'm hearing things like this is about density in one of the most dense streets with alcohol, I think it might be better for us to actually re-refer this and just wait to see how the hearing goes. We have ordinances in progress working through committees that will set procedures and standards for how much density might be allowed. It makes more sense for me to have those standards in place for ALRC to consider this rather than going through this maybe subjective process of where are we going to look at density, where would we not look at density. That just makes a little bit more sense to me. I'm not a huge fan of a convenience store bar type license personally, but I think having that opportunity might be beneficial both to the applicant here, but also towards the process that we're doing right now. I had another point, can't remember it. Oh, the neighborhood association, obviously, I haven't interacted much with the Vilas Neighborhood Association, but the campus area neighborhood association, typically when it comes to alcohol licenses, they are very involved. However, they recently got pretty much emptied out because everyone graduated. But as a former member on their exec board, I think I can very confidently say that this is not something that would be seen as a problem for this area, the density over here, obviously, and I don't think that's much of a surprise. Yeah, I'll wrap up there, but I think referring this might be the right option, so I will motion for that. Do I need a date? Give me a second, I'm sorry.
We have others in the queue. Can we?
I'll wait.
Thank you. Alder Wahili?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Alder Govindarajan. And, there are a lot of confusion, a lot of communication confusion, a lot of decision confusion. So for a better and equitable process, I think it's better to refer this to the, next LRC. As per one of the committee member who just emailed us to re-refer this agenda item to LRC so that the applicant can have clear sense of what she is looking for and what she's applying for, but at the same time to clear what the expectation of the reason for denial as per, this is most density area, but there are a lot of other, stores that are selling the alcohol. I don't drink and I don't encourage anyone, but I think for me, I have to use my judgment as an equitable process. And I think the applicant stressed that she had a couple of community meetings where even the alder did not attend, and then the alder said there was a meeting and the applicant did not attend. So there's a lot of miscommunication and kind of not clear sense of the expectation for both the applicant, the alder, and the community. So to clear that, I think the applicant should be given a second chance in going to the committee and clarify her intention and her need for this particular license. So I hope you will consider to refer this to the next LRC. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I just cannot support going back on the ALRC on their decision. I don't think it's right. I don't think this is miscommunication, a case of miscommunication. This woman here, the owner of this place, has owned beauty supplies businesses in Sun Prairie and Madison. She knows the system very well. She knows how to get her businesses open and the rules that she needs to follow. So I don't think that this is any type of miscommunication. I think she is well aware of what the process is, and I think that this may just, she doesn't like the denial and this is why we're having the problems that we're having, but she still has her liquor license. And I think it's the most sensible thing to do is to go along with the ALRC, because I think that they have the best views and commitment to our community and what's best for it. And again, I think everyone has stated the facts that this is high and dense area for students, and we want to try to keep the drinking at a minimum and not make it so readily available. And I just have never heard of a convenience store selling liquor, hanging out in a Quick Trip, having drinks. Like, that just doesn't even make sense. Why would we want to encourage that? So I hope all of you guys do not support this and that we can continue and move this along. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan.
Thank you. I am going to motion to refer this to the Alcohol License Review Committee on October 16th.
Second.
And can I speak to that? Thank you. Given that the reason for this is the denial for this application is being contrary to the health, safety, and welfare of the community, I don't personally believe that the reasoning at this has been provided. I don't believe that the reasoning has been provided that we meet that standard. To me, when the description of density is being discussed here, I think it makes so much more sense for us to wait for the ordinance that is being proposed to go through the committees and get approved, so the Alcohol License Review Committee has a set of standards and procedure to review when it comes to density, rather than go through a semi-subjective process that they have right now. So that is my reasoning for making this referral. I don't know if this is a miscommunication process or not, but for me, I don't think density is, I think it's too subjective to deny it based off this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. On the question of referral, Alder Evers.
Thanks, Mayor. I would just say to the Alder's point, this ordinance will not be ready by October 16th when the LRC would meet the next time. Density, well, notwithstanding what the city attorney indicated, was not the specific reasons for the denial. It was the neighborhood had clear concerns about the sale of hard liquor at this particular location. Those concerns had been articulated in 2022 when the applicant first applied with the desire to sell hard liquor. Those specific concerns were expressed again in 2024. The applicant has been consistent in wanting to be able to sell hard liquor. The neighborhood has been very clear that they do not want that for reasons that have to do with public safety, public welfare, those general things that were referenced in the unanimous vote of the ALRC. I'd ask that you not vote for referral, but realize that we actually are not going to have, ALRC will have no additional information by October 16th with which to decide whether or not hard liquor should be sold at this location. So I asked you to deny the referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. First, the motion should also include recessing the public hearing. If indeed we are referring this to the LRC, I just want to state that we should recess the public hearing. I'm somewhat agnostic on the motion before us. This applicant has been before the ALRC numerous times in the last year, both for the Class A application, which we granted with several conditions, and then the Class B application. I frankly don't know that the outcome will be different. I can understand the concerns about equity and concerns that there was miscommunication. Obviously, the applicant is watching our meeting, as we've received several emails from the applicant this evening, I just want to say that if the motion to the applicant, if the motion is successful and this is re-referred, I would encourage them to please work with the Vilas Neighborhood Association and agree to meet with them, because ignoring them and refusing to meet with them is not going to be a positive outcome, I believe, at the Alcohol License Review Committee and the Common Council, if indeed this is referred back to the ALRC. I believe everything that the alder of the district said is accurate based on my understanding and participating in each of these many meetings of the ALRC, on both this application and the previous application. The issue of spirits or hard liquor is one that seemed to be, I don't want to disparage the applicant, so I'll try and choose my word carefully here, but was one that I'll just say was very much, I think, kept secret from neighborhood stakeholders, and it was only through a amended application that there was this additional effort to have a full liquor license and not have it limited to beer, cider, and wine. And I think that that was most unfortunate. I don't want to say that that was deliberate, because I don't know if that was true, but it gave the appearance that there was some sort of attempt to keep that from stakeholders. Lastly, one other point that perhaps hasn't been made yet is that there was confusion and on the part of the applicant and their family, in that rather than the applicant that we heard from this evening, it was, I believe, her partner or spouse that attended each of the last several ALRC meetings when someone did appear on behalf of the application. So in those forums, the applicant that was with us, I believe, stated on more than one occasion, well, I don't know, my wife has to answer that question. My wife isn't here. I can't answer the question that you're asking us at the committee public hearings. So that too has led to the confusion, is that there have been different members of the family, I believe, appearing at ALRC meetings, communicating with the Vilas Neighborhood Association and the alder of the district. And so all of this has been very, very unfortunate. I appreciate the attempt to re-refer this, although I don't think that I could support it, but certainly will. If this is re-referred, keep an open mind, as I always do, and see where that public hearing and that recommendation will yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris, on the question of referral.
Yeah, so, I mean, the only reason that I would support the referral is to not have it be down, go down on the record as a density thing. This sounds very familiar to another license where, someone made a checked a liquor, that they want to sell liquor, and there was the same type of confusion. So I'm wondering, if our system might be being tested. I don't think it's fair to just put it in on the density. If we can just say, all of us alders are kind of shocked and saying, okay, we're gonna have a convenience store that has liquor that's sold outside with cafes, but it's not a restaurant, it's not a cafe. I think, I'm guessing most of us would think that's, a little bizarre, but it also seems like it's kind of this mix a lot. So the only reason I would support this re-referral is so that we stayed out of the density issue. And if our other alders want to go through and pass an ordinance that says we can't have, liquor stores or, can't sell liquor, whatever it is that they're attempting to do, that's different. I just don't like the swooping in of one issue to the next. But once we've received clarity on the fact that they seem like they're trying to do an outdoor cafe, it doesn't seem appropriate. So I guess I'll have to just vote as it comes.
Thank you, Alder. Just to be clear, the initial motion to deny was on the basis of it being contrary to health, safety, and the welfare of the community. The motion did not speak to the question of density, and the conversation of the council will establish the record as to the reason. So.
Okay, so, but I guess I'm confused that is density being added in, because I feel like that's being a law.
It is not, Alder. It is not part of the motion.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Yeah, just briefly, I really don't see what can be gained by referring. There's no new information. The LRC have heard this issue on multiple meetings. We're pretty clear on what the applicant is requesting, and we're pretty clear on what the neighborhood and the alder has weighed in on it. And so there's nothing to be gained in my mind by referring it back. It's just going to come back the same way. So I think we need to make a decision on this issue, and I just will not support a referral.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry?
Thank you, Mayor. While I'm empathetic to some of the messaging and things that I've heard tonight, I'm not going to be supporting for re-referral based on the information from city staff, the attorney's office, as well as the alder, and knowing that Ms. Casual is still here with us. Other licenses that have reached this amount of conversation in chambers, I think we've noticed some things in areas of improvement, but one thing is pretty unilateral and stands is that when businesses are doing business within neighborhoods, that there needs to be a collaboration between the neighborhoods and the residents who will frequent that establishment. And so I would implore and encourage the business owner who seems to be trying to build and create something that has been vacant for quite some time, license pending or not, to reach out to the neighborhood association and have a robust conversation, because that to me seems to be the gap or issue at hand of not being able to have that dialogue in these scheduled meetings that were according to process. So again, I will not be supporting re-referral, mostly also because if this came back to us for denial for Class B based on the information presented, I would not be in support of that use in that space. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan.
Thank you. I will keep this short. I just recently learned that the proposed density ordinance will only apply to Class A licenses and not Class B. So seeing that my motion would not achieve what I thought it would, I would like to revoke my motion if that is possible.
The motion belongs to the body, Alder.
Thank you.
So yes. Is there objection to withdrawal of the motion? Seeing no objection to withdrawal of the motion. Alder Knox, your hand is still up? No. All right. No objection to withdrawal of the motion to refer. So we are back to the motion to deny. Seeing no further alders in queue, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote to deny? Alder Wahili?
Record no for me, please.
Alder Wahili will be recorded as voting no. Alder Govindarajan?
Also no here.
Is there any objection to recording 2 no votes and the balance of the votes aye? Seeing no further objection, that is the vote that will be recorded. So the license is denied. And we will move on to item 72. Item 72 is Legislature 85280, authorizing the execution of a Fourth Amendment to the lease with Joella Enterprises, LLC, allowing for the city's continued use of space at 29 Marsh Court for the operation of the Madison Police Department Evidentiary Facility. On item 72, President Figueroa, call a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 72. Are there questions? Is there discussion? Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 72? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 72. That will take us to item 76, which is Register 85313, amending the 2024 adopted Economic Development Department's operating budget to accept a grant award from the Build America Bureau of the U.S. Department of Transportation and authorizing the associated grant agreement on item 76. President Figueroa Cole.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 76. On item 76, are there questions? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question of staff.
Go ahead.
Just a clarification. When I read the legislative file number 85313, it said there were some conflicts that I need clarification. It started out, whereas the city will utilize existing city staff to create and administer the city's asset management initiative and lead the procurement. And also says there is no match required because it's less than $1 million. It says funds will be used for one-time costs to, I can't read my writing, one-time cost to hire a third-party technical service team to perform the asset scan. And then it said, whereas implementation of the asset management initiative will be completed by existing staff and will not result in ongoing costs of staff needs. So my confusion is that I just need clarification on how this initiative is going to proceed, and there definitely will not result in ongoing operating costs or staff needs, because it sounds like the staff is intertwined into making this work. So I just need clarification from staff.
Alder, would it be helpful to just have an overview of what the grant is for?
That would be perfect.
Thank you, Alder. I'm not sure which staff are here. From Economic Development, we'll start with, okay, the two of you can fight it out. Tom and Matt, whoever wants to speak first.
Maybe I'll just give a very broad overview. I think the city has a long-term goal of understanding how our properties can be better utilized. And in fact, a lot of properties such as like the Badger Road facility or the Town of Madison facility could support higher use functions. This grant is a federal grant that allows us to analyze how we could do public-private partnerships on some of the existing properties that we have to increase their value to the community, to increase their value to the city. This also provides a special funding or loan avenues for private entities that might partner with us as they develop, let's say, assets on top of our assets. Maybe a good example might be the Lake Street Garage. You know, the Lake Street Garage, we have an asset on the bottom, and then there's apartments on top of that. This grant program allows us to enlist a consultant that can do some market analyses for us, do some different types of analyses to see which of our properties might have the greatest potential of having a public-private partnership and how we could pursue that. So that's kind of a broad overview. We would solicit a consultant to help us with that work. It would require some staff to help manage that contract, but it would be largely performed by a third-party consultant. Matt, maybe why don't you go ahead and add to that?
I just add, I think, to the Alder's question about the sort of split between staff. So our staff already, through our long-range facilities team, are looking at the buildings that we have. And clearly we have done some of these public-private partnerships, but as Tom mentioned, this is really to do a deeper dive into those assets that are specifically along BRT routes would be the target. And then there is this low-cost loan financing product that they would provide technical assistance because we have not used it. It's a newer and not very widely utilized loan program to get low-cost loans to do these public-private partnerships. So that technical assistance, once we understand it, we'd be able to use it more.
Thank you for the follow-up, because that's how I read it when I understood, and I just wanted to hear, because it said will not result in ongoing operating costs or staff. And so within the confines of this non-matching grant funding, additional staffing will not be required.
Although it's a time-limited project, so it's not an ongoing project. The staff time required will be to manage to hire a consultant and then to manage the consultant contract and receive the results of that, and then to learn about the financing product. But it's not, it may result in future projects, it may result in future public-private partnerships, but it's not an ongoing project.
And just to clarify, and will not result in ongoing operating costs or staff needs. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's where I need my clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional questions on this item? Seeing none, then it has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, we'll record that vote. And go on to item 77, which is Register 84643, approving housing recommendations that serve to strengthen efforts to expand rental, homeowner, and student developments prepared by the Housing Strategy Committee. On item 77, a motion, please. President Figueroa Cole. Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Govindarajan, questions?
Just quick comment, just for the public and alders. I'll keep this brief. About a year ago,
I'm sorry, Alder. The correct motion is to re-refer to Housing Strategy Community, CDBG, and then back to the council on the 29th. So, President Figueroa Cole.
Move to refer back to community service, the Housing Strategy Committee, and to the City Council.
Housing Strategy on 1024.
Housing
CDBG,
Strategy of 1024 and CDBG.
And
1010.
And Council 1029.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And Council 1024.
1029.
1029.
And we all know what we mean now, and it is seconded. Thank you, Alder Duncan. Now, Alder Govindarajan.
I'll save it for next time. It's been a long meeting now that it's being referred.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further questions or discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to refer item 77. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing no objection, the item is referred. And that will take us to item 80. Item 80 is Legistar 85038, authorizing the Planning Division to lead the preparation of the Southeast Area Plan and adopting a public participation plan. Alder Figueroa Cole, would it be appropriate to take 80 and 81 at the same time? So without objection, we'll take up items 80 and 81 at the same time. 81 is Legistar 85045, authorizing the Planning Division to lead the preparation of the Southwest Area Plan and adopting a public participation plan. On both items 80 and 81, President Figueroa Cole, a motion, please.
Move to adopt, please.
Moved and seconded to adopt both 80 and 81. On the two items, are there questions for staff?
Yes.
President Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. I'm sorry that it's so late and you're still here, but I think it's super important to bring this to our attention now. As we know, we just ended 2 area plans, and that took almost a year to complete, and there was a lot of community engagement on those plans, and those started just the same way as this one starts, which is planning provides to us a community engagement plan, and committees review it and the council approve it. But yet, at the end of this last session, there was a lot of discussion about everything that went wrong on community engagement. So I just wanted for you to kind of, on that point, kind of explain to us exactly what that community engagement means, and for the council to really take a serious look at it and ensure that we have enough funding and enough resources to have the community engagement that we wish to have for the next plans to come up. So can you go over a summary of what the engagement looks like and what support you need from us?
Great, thank you. And I will note too that I'm here tonight representing the Planning Division. Also online, if it would be helpful at all, is Rebecca Kinnair, who's a planner on the planning team, who's been part of the area plans and will be co-managing the Southeast area plan. So she can help fill in any gaps in terms of the understanding of what's in this public participation plan. The public participation plan that's attached to the authorizing resolution tonight outlines kind of the general sense of the types of activities that the team will be doing to help us provide information about the purpose of the area plans and the evolution of the recommendations that are in them, as well as to gather feedback internally, externally, and from different boards and committees. The plan divides those activities into a series of kind of in-person public open houses, community engagement events, participation at standing community events, think festivals, visiting parks, going to PTO meetings, things like that, as well as more formal engagement methods like surveys, focus groups, public meetings. And also builds into this an intention that we will use capacity outside of our city staff themselves in the form of working with community collaborators, community partners, and kind of assembling other resources that will help us focus our money, particularly on the hardest to reach residents within our neighborhoods within these areas. So the staff themselves will dedicate a tremendous amount of time, which is just sort of built into our work plan and our sort of operating budget. We specifically have $50,000 that's dedicated on an annual basis to supporting the area plans, and that is shared between the 2 area plans that we will be launching this fall. That budget, the vast majority of that budget actually goes to recruiting the support and help of people that can more closely connect to communities within the areas, within the area plan areas, I should say. Rebecca could talk a little bit more if anybody wants to know about kind of how we approach that, but this has been a really important tool for us in past planning efforts. Not just the Northeast area plan, for example, but other types of planning activities to make sure that we are having folks that have the right kind of cultural connections, as well as the time and methods to connect with people in ways that are most appropriate for those that have the hardest time accessing traditional public engagement methods that we use more broadly. So this authorizing resolution really anticipates that we'll be using that broad spectrum of sort of traditional engagement methods that will be led by our staff, engagement with alders and other community representatives that can help spread and amplify the message, share feedback, and help us identify the right locations to be having conversations, and using those community partners to help amplify this work. I think I'll leave it at that unless there are other specific questions or if Rebecca thinks that there's something else to add here.
Thank you. There are additional questions? Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you. Could you just briefly summarize lessons learned from, and just a statement, because when I went through and read what the area plan is, there was a segment that was on lessons learned. How important and how will that be incorporated? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's been a big part of what the team has been doing in the months since the bulk of the work on the first two area plans wrapped up, and as they get ready to start these plans. Attached to the Legistar files for both of these area plans is a kind of a long memo that the staff put together that summarizes what we've been hearing from various feedback mechanisms about the area plan processes. So this includes things all the way from, things that we should do again, a great example is continuing to reduce the formality of some of our meetings to make them more accessible and to make people feel more comfortable and engaged in the conversations, to when and how we check in with different boards and commissions along the way, how we can better improve education about what is planning, what is the difference between planning and zoning, what are some of the terms that we use, trying to use more plain language and provide more proactive education about some of the planning tools that are kind of embedded within this area plan process. How we can better work with community partners and other external partners. And I think one of the important things is, how we can kind of share back what we're hearing more proactively throughout the planning process. But that memo goes into a lot more detail and provides a lot more specific information about some of those lessons learned.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole?
I'm sorry, I had a follow-up question.
Yep, go ahead.
So it said, I don't recall in the plans if we have the areas of each plan segregated on, by race, by marginalized communities. Like, do we have that level of information already? So when we meet with our planners in our plans, we can actually then have a better assessment of how much, if there's any additional funding needed to reach those communities, or if we have to prioritize our $25,000 on reaching this group versus people that already have access to our processes. Are we going to be able to help you prioritize ahead of time? Because I really hate to have this conversation next year and have what happened this time around.
Yeah, great question. So also attached to the Legistar files for each of these plans are a set of slides that we did present to the Plan Commission and I believe the CDBG committee. I'm looking at Rebecca nodding. This does look at information kind of not just for the whole area plan, but for specific neighborhoods within the areas, looking at race and areas where many households are below the median income, and does help us identify that. I will say that in addition to the funding that we have in our budget for the area plans, we do also work with the Community Development Division to receive some support for the work that we're doing within these areas, some of these areas that are identified for kind of a deeper dive. These are community action strategies that are funded by the CDBG funds that help us get a little bit closer to the ground in terms of engagement, as well as identify strategies that are a little bit more specific and detailed for those specific neighborhoods. So this map also outlines those areas where we'll be focusing those efforts and funding. But generally, I'd say, this is the time within that process to kind of help us identify what are the engagement strategies specifically for those folks that are hardest to reach, and how we should be prioritizing that money, because that's what we really try to focus that money on, is how to reach the people who are hardest to reach or have the biggest barriers to access and participation in the process.
And I'll add, hello. Thank you, everybody. Rebecca Kinnear Planning. I will add to Megan on that one of the other things that we hope to use this money for that we have left over in this year's budget is to hire some experts and some community partners to give them funds to reach out to their communities. It's kind of like the old phrase, we're from the government and we're here to help. That's not what we want to do. Because we know that having people from their community come and be a trusted partner for us to have some of those meetings. So if these plans get authorized tonight, in the next 2 days, we're going to start reaching out to those trusted partners in the community and some, public engagement specialists that have a lot of experience in working with the different traditionally underrepresented communities in Madison to hear how they would reach them. So we're really looking for those partners, and a lot of that $50,000, about 30 of it to 35 of it is really going to be directly spent on partners and community connection, experts.
And Alder, I think there's a part of your question that maybe we haven't directly spoken to, which is about, the level of funding. And I think one of the things in talking with the team about our available budget is just we do have to make priorities about how we can spend this money, how we can allocate our staff time. We've really tried to prioritize the money that we have available on expanding access. But I do just want to also acknowledge that we have examples of planning processes that have varied pretty widely over the years in terms of the specific methods that we use for that engagement. If we get into things like going door to door or doing a lot of print material, the budget could get eaten up very fast. So we really try to prioritize that funding for those partnerships to advise us more broadly on engagement and help us support that engagement.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to say thank you to Rebecca, because when I started, I think I met with Rebecca very early on, and I learned how to read a planning map. So thank you. But I just wanted to say, in my district, just a suggestion, I would not pretend to know much about this area, but had we had an NRT, I think the NRT would have been helpful during that time. So if this area has NRTs, now that I know a lot more about them, those are helpful. But in my district specifically, we did a neighborhood walk very early on, and I invited several city agencies where I was hearing the most complaints about things. And along that neighborhood walk, we walked maybe a little bit over a mile or so. All of the complaints that folks had, they had the city agencies there to share. And when I went, as the Northeast plan moved into draft form, those neighbors saw their complaints show up and addressed in the plan. So by the time we got, towards the end, I think the only thing we had was Sycamore Park. So people saw all of their odds and ends show up in the plan. So that neighborhood walk really helped flesh out what folks wanted to see, at least in my district. So I highly suggest a neighborhood walk.
Thank you, Alder. Are there additional questions for staff on items 80 and 81? Seeing none. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Oh my. Alder Evers.
Yeah, just real quick, Mayor. I want to acknowledge that there were some 17 community engagement meetings in the West Area Plan, and that still people felt like their voices weren't being heard, which is part of the process, because these planning documents are not just for the people who currently live in Madison. We're trying to plan for the future. We have to have voices at the table for people who will be moving here 5, 10, 20 years down the road. We need voices at the table, including marginalized voices who don't show up at these meetings. It can't just be that we're responsive to the loudest voices in the room. And so I do want to acknowledge that the West Area Plan was modified, the draft plan, and Alder Conklin was willing to make some adjustments and changes. The Northeast plan, similarly, we made some adjustments and changes, particularly at the behest of Alder Fields. So this idea that these plans have not been responsive to community engagement is just not accurate. And I appreciate that staff is willing to learn from the experience and make the process even better. But let's state for the record that the process already is pretty damn good. So thank you, staff. I appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you for taking, I'm not going to repeat all of that, so I'm just going to do it. But that's the intent. That was why I wanted this to be put forward, because the discussions to have engagement should be happen at this moment or through the process, not at the very end to then just, and then also us as elders, we need to be part of that process. Definitely a lot of engagement happened on the West Area Plan, and I'm looking forward for the same level of engagement to happen in my district, which has large areas of marginalized communities. I want them to feel the same level of care that we gave the West Area Plan. And the reality for that is too, we have very little funding, so I want to make sure that we help you prioritize. And at the end, when those louder voices come here, I really, I just want to make sure that we as elders understand that we were part of that process and that we prioritize with you where to go. And we are going to have those voices anyway, but I don't want that to be a deterrent to say, oh, we need to spend all the money on that. I just want to really prioritize people that usually don't come to us. So thank you for all your work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to share also my appreciation that the staff, when putting these documents together that we're voting on tonight, looped us in. Those of us who live in and represent parts of the southeast side and the southwest side, the 3 southeast alders and the 5 southwest alders, I understand, all had a session with staff where we got to ask our questions and give some input on the public participation plan and make suggestions of specific groups and communities in our districts who we may be more connected with or know about. I've already heard from at least 2 of such groups in my district that they have had emails from staff, and so I'm looking forward to getting the process rolling. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify a couple of things. In the presentation for the Southwest Area Plan is that there was an excellent presentation from planning staff. The presentation included lessons learned, and that was critically important for me as an alder to hear. It was also important that alders who were included in this process, we don't always have to agree, but we do not have to be agreeable. I have the greatest deal of respect for the planners and how they came in and presented on lessons learned. And we will be able to use those lessons learned from what the other assessments went through. And I am looking forward to working with the alders as we put together the Southwest Area Plan. I'm looking forward to it. I think it will be successful. We will be able to really connect with those individual voices that were not heard. And if you would take the time to go back and read the lessons learned, you will be very confident that they've already looked at that. And so I'm looking forward to working with the alders as we put together. And it's not always the loudest voices. Yes, there are some loud voices, but absolutely your plan will indeed incorporate those voices who don't always, have a say-so in how their life should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox.
Yeah, I will say that I'm encouraged that the South area plan is later. I think I applaud all the things that people have said about getting the involvement they need in this plan, making sure that citizens, even those who least likely are the ones who comment, are involved. I just want to have a little cautionary tale here to say that, I take the South Madison plan. We just recently finished that. It was a very extensive process. And now we're going into soon a whole nother area, broader process. So you really need to be mindful that, and I'll say this about the South Side in particular, sometimes we feel like we've been surveyed to death. I mean, all summer, always having these multiple issues of surveying us, asking us questions, and then sometimes we don't know if we see the results of that. Or sometimes it seems that staff and planning have their own agenda, and it doesn't necessarily jive with what the residents themselves have provided or engaged in. So just be a little cautious of overload. Information overload, planning overload, that's a real issue. And as great as staff is at doing that, you have to be mindful there are developments going on all the time. There are meetings going on all the time. There are requests for residents to respond all the time. And so keep that in mind. You have to keep that in mind because people have lives that they're focused on. They're trying to balance their physical, mental, and financial needs, and those are real. So we know we have to move forward with our plans, but just keep in mind that it's not sometimes that someone doesn't want to provide input. They may not have that time and luxury to do that as often as we would like. So we need to be mindful of that as we go through these processes. That's some of the things I was hearing back from some of the other processes as well.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to discuss, so both items 80 and 81 have been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of items 80 and 81. That will bring us to the end of our agenda. Are there any additional introductions from the floor or announcements? Seeing none, Alder Miadze, it's your turn. Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned.